President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We're going to continue hearing the testimony of Pope Khan and the greffier is now instructed to verify the attendance of the parties to the proceedings, including other people involved in today's session. The greffier, Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present, and the person to testify is also present. The President, we know the presence of co-prosecutor. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Before we start the proceeding, the co-prosecutors would like to submit a brief submission to the trial chamber. According to Rule 87.4 of the internal rules, the prosecution would like to submit a evidence document concerning Mom Yo, the mother of Nong Chan Pa. Her biography here has the ERN number in Khmer 0034 6163. In English, 0034 6317. This document is translated in English, in French, correction, with ERN 003470887. This document gives further clarification on top of Nong Chan Pal's testimony, especially to prove that Nong Chan Pal was detained at S21 when his mother was arrested and sent to S21, and that time Nong Chan Pal went along with his mother. The Office of Co-Prosecutor has obtained this biography from the DC camp on the evening of Friday through an email. We would like to confirm that the Office of Co-Prosecutor did not make any request to the DC camp to provide us with this document. The DC camp itself has conducted a research and they found this document spontaneously. And it was found after they heard the testimony of Nong Chan Pal. And upon receiving this document, the Office of Co-Prosecutor have made several copies to be distributed to the parties to the proceedings. We would like to also make it known that during the day when Nong Chan Pal was testifying, the accused stated that if there would be any biography of Mom Yo, who was the mother of Nong Chan Pal, that biography would be used as the proof of the detention of Nong Chan Pal at S21. And the accused went on to say, to request that the co-prosecutor office looked for this document. So the prosecutors would like to present this document concerning Mom Yo, Nong Chanpal's mother, and we would like to submit it as the evidence according to Rule 87.4 of the Internal Rule. Thank you, Mr. President, and Your Honors.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The President, the parties to the proceeding wish to make any comments concerning the production of this document as proposed by the co-prosecutors. The Defense Counsel will note your presence. Mr. Castle, thank you, Mr. President. Your Honors, as I already stated earlier that my client, who is the accused, already confessed and he admits the crimes committed at S21 concerning more than 12,000 detainees who were executed there. Other people who claimed that they would have been detained at S21 during the DK regime, I have already told the co-prosecutors already that as long as there is ample evidence to prove that the person was one detained at S21, the Defense Counsel is in the position to accept it regardless of many new information concerning other new detainees who could have been detained at the facility back then. So as long as Mom Yo was the mother of Nong Chanpal and that document was proved, then we accept with pleasure. The President, the Defense International Co-Lawyer, you take the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. We would like, however, to observe that this document was produced very much beyond the delay, and if we accept it today, this would be an exception, and that in the future we will continue opposing ourselves to any late production or extremely late production on the part of the co-prosecutors of documents.
Mr. Kim Menki, Mr. President, and Your Honors, on behalf of the Civil Party Group 3, we would like to strongly support what raised by the co-prosecutors, and we request that the document be included in the case file as evidentiary document. And we also support that whenever documents could be found at a later date, then they could be accepted to be included in the case file. And as Madame Joaquin already stated yesterday, that the late submission of the document would have been contributed to the lateness in receiving the documents from the victims. And in this matter, co-investigating judges needed to investigate on the matter, but we still find it frustrated to find the documents, and we hope that the chamber would would be in favor of the appreciation of our difficult situation in obtaining late documents.
De la présentation tardive de documents. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
President, Mr. Kang Eo, have you obtained the document relating to Mom Yo? And what is your observation regarding this document? The accused. Mr. President, Your Honors, I accept this document that it belongs to the S21 document and also the handwriting, and I do recognize the handwriting which belongs to the staff of S21. So through this court, I would like to seek forgiveness from Mr. Nong Chan Paul, because at that time I did not have the document and I would not accept it, but now I would accept it entirely. Mr. President, thank you. Mr. Alang Wagner, we note your presence. You take the floor.
Your Honor, just one word of explanation which may be useful, the reason why it is produced so late. My understanding is that in the past, DCCAM did try, before Nong Chan Paul came a long time ago, DCCAM did try to find this document, and a search was conducted in the database. What happened, my understanding is that after the hearing, they did another search. The reason why it was found this time and not before is because they used several spellings and different spellings, and as you can see, apparently it was found another spelling, and that will be the reason why they found this document on Friday and it was not found before, and we thought that that could be a useful comment and clarification for Your Honors.
The President, thank you, Mr. Lang, for the clarification. And since the document was requested to be produced by the co-prosecutors and that the defense and parties have no objection concerning the document, the Chamber now accepts the document to be put in the case file, and the Chamber would like to tell the Defense Counsel that according to the internal rule, there is no restriction in accepting any document, and the Chamber would like to consider whether any documents need to be accepted and whether it should be discussed or not in the actual hearing. Then this will be done on a practical circumstance, and also we note that some documents could not be obtained previously until the proceedings are on. So since the discussion is still not yet finished, so the parties still have the opportunity to provide further documents to the Chamber, and the Chamber will make a decision to also set the date for such a deadline for each particular production of document.
Judge Lavergne, thank you, Mr. President. I believe that there might have been a translation problem, possibly, or it seems to me, therefore, for the purposes of the transcript, that it's important to indicate that the document is included in the case file, but also that it is produced during the hearing. So the value of this document was challenged, but we can consider, however, that it is produced to the debate and that there was no opposition to this.
The President, thank you, Judge Lavergne, for clarifying this matter. Next, we shall now start the proceedings to hear the testimony from Poke Khan. Next, the chamber would like to give the floor to the prosecutors to put questions to the civil party. The floor is yours. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Uncle Poke Khan. Yesterday you stated that in Unit 317 that if anyone committed any wrongdoing, then he or she would be sent to S21 or Pre-SAW. How did you know that those people would be sent to those locations? And what would be the practice in the unit so far that made you think like that? Response. Mr. Co-Prosecutor, in Unit 317 of under Division 310, which was regarded as the disciplinary unit or correction unit, if anyone, I think everyone worked very hard because they were put to plant dry season rice at Bang Srayap, and we were deployed to work at that location, and the hard labor were inevitable. So if anyone would be lazy or complain that they could not have enough to eat or enough rest, then those people would be monitored, and then they would be sent to SAW or S21 or Pre-SAW. I did not know where these locations were initially. Co-prosecutor, thank you. In your complaint, you mentioned that in March 1976, you went to guard the office of the General Staff of Son Sen, assigned by Comrade Eun. Could you please tell the court or tell us what was your duties back then? Response. At that time, I cannot remember for sure. Eun assigned me to go to the General Staff's office for a short period of time, and I could not remember the location very well, but I was actually assigned to go there. Co-prosecutor, thank you. How long were you assigned to guard that office? Response. For about 10 days only before I was returned. Co-prosecutor, why were you removed from that location back to your office? Response. It was 1976. I returned and was transferred to work with Tư at the handicapped office, and when Khoi Thun and Eun were arrested, Tôi would then take me to work in the same division. Co-prosecutor, thank you. Yesterday you told the court that at one time you went to the battlefield and you were assigned to carry radio communication service or to work with the radio operation. And did you note noticed that at that time Khmer Rouge soldier arrested any Vietnamese soldiers back then? Response. At that time, when Tôi assigned me to work in Svay Rieng, of course I worked with the radio communication, and we arrested some Vietnamese soldiers, and I don't know how many of them would be arrested and where would they be sent, although I saw the arrest. Co-prosecutor, thank you. Do you know that some of the Vietnamese soldiers were sent to S21? Response. At that time, I was busy with radio communication and I did not pay any attention or know that these Vietnamese soldiers would be sent to. Co-prosecutor, thank you. Now coming back to S21 topic, when you were sent into a common large room and then you saw Yum Yao, besides Yum Yao, did you know other people? And were there any female detainees and children also? Response. When I was put in the room and shackled, untie my the rope from my hands and the blindfold were removed, I could see Yum Yao, but I did not see any other female detainees or children. The other detainees were of the same age as me, and no children or women at all. Prosecutor, thank you. What was your observation regarding the detainees, the condition, or did you ever see any foreigner at all? Response. I did not see any foreigner. I only saw Cambodian detainees who were very weak because of malnutrition, and the living condition was miserable because they looked so weak. Prosecutor, thank you. Now we move a little bit to the place where you would be sent to be executed, and you said that before you were killed, you were sent into a house. Did you hear the guards talk anything at all when you were there? Response. At that time, my hands were tied and blindfolded, and I think it would be a wooden house that I was sent in, and I did not hear any guards talking besides just pushing us into that house, and it was dark and I could not hear any other things. Prosecutor.
When you crawled out of the pit where the prisoners were killed, what were your observations? For example, the house where the prisoners were detained before they were taken out and killed. Can you describe? At that time, after I got out of the pit, so after I struggled to get out of the pit, there were a lot of dead bodies, and there was another dead body there. I looked around, and at a distance I saw a house. It was about 100 to 200 meters away from the pit. It was a wooden house. I couldn't recognize the roof, what it was made of. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. What about other structures or buildings or any remarkable trees? There was a tree where I tried to cross to walk to that big tree, and where I tried to get rid of the hand ties. It was still dark, although it was almost dawn, and I couldn't recognize what tree it was. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Until now, can you try to recall where the location of that place? I never go back to that place or to Chiang Ai. I presume it was at Chiang Ai, although I myself have not been to Chiang Ai. I only came to S21 in 2008, and during that trip I did not make my way to Chiang Ai. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. When you were detained at S21, did you know who was the chairman of S21? I did not know who was the chairman. I was detained and I was not allowed to walk freely, and only could see the nearby surrounding areas of my detention cell. Through the windows I could only see the heads of the guards, so I was not sure who was in charge of S21. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Let me go back. When you were arrested, did they give you any reason or what offense you made? When I was arrested, I was not aware that I would be arrested. Actually, I just finished my work at 5:30, and I saw that Lambretta going inside. There were 2 combatants and 1 driver, so there were 3 of them altogether. They called me, and when I approached them, they pointed the guns at me and arrested me. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. When you were arrested and put into that vehicle, where were you arrested? And can you recall the direction when the car took off? The car was completely covered with a canvas. So I could not see anything from the inside. I was placed to sit on the floor of that vehicle, and 2 guards were sitting on each side. Since I could not see anything, I did not know which direction the car took off. Thank you, says the co-prosecutor. Mr. President, I do not have any more questions. However, we have a question with your leaves. We would like to ask the accused. After my international colleague asked questions to the civil party. The President. The international co-prosecutor, you can take the floor.
Mr. Park Khan, you've been extensively examined by the judges and by my learned friend, so I don't have many questions for you. Just one question to clarify what came out in your testimony yesterday. Yesterday, Mr. President pointed out an apparent contradiction between what you told when you filled the victim information form and what you told this chamber. In that context, I just want you to clarify how much time did you spend with ad hoc when in 2008 you filled your victim information form.
Toward the end of 2007, there was a meeting at the Bonti Sri Pagoda organized by ad hoc, and I was invited to attend the meeting. After I described my accounts, a record of my file was made, and later on I received it at my village. At that time I did not pay much attention to the document, and I was asked to provide my thumbprint on the document. Later on, subsequently, I made the representative of ad hoc in another occasion. So in total, I made ad hoc for 2 times.
Just one last question. Was this document read out to you at the time you gave your thumb impression on it?
At that time, the ad hoc unit sent the document through another organization, Corporal, to another person's house, Sri Loan, for me to provide my thumbprint. I personally read the document briefly. I did not complete the whole reading of the document because I was told it was urgent to send the document back. So I provided my thumbprint at that time.
Your Honours, I don't have any further questions for the civil party.
Co-prosecutor, Mr. President, the question that the co-prosecutor would like to ask the accused is, for making arrest of the prisoners in Phnom Penh, was lampreta used? Thank you. The President, the accused, you can respond to the questions. You don't need to go through the chamber because you can respond directly to the co-prosecutor's question. The accused, Mr. President, during the S21 period, when I was the chairman or when Nat was the chairman, there was only one lambretta that I used, and for going to receive the prisoners, the 4x4 vehicles were used. Thank you, says the President. Next, I would like to give the floor to the civil party lawyers. So, which group will ask the question first? Is it Group 3 who represents Popcorn? If so, you take the floor. Mr. President, regarding the questioning to the civil party, the civil party lawyers in Group 3 will start first, and the international colleague would first ask the questions, and then the national colleague would follow. And for the remaining time, then the other lawyers from other groups would ask the question.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Jacquin. Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honors. Good morning, Mr. Poukan. I'd like to put these questions to you. First of all, how old were you when you joined the Khmer Rouge?
When I first joined in 1971, I was 15 years old. And in 1975, when I was arrested, I was 21 or 22 years old.
Ms. Jacquin, did you take part in any battle? If so, where?
During that time, after I joined the revolution in 1971, I stationed in the battlefields in Kampong Thom. It was during the Jela 2 operation, and later on at the battlefield in Kampong Cham, and subsequently at various battlefields including Prek Kadam, Prek Pno, and Phnom Prey Kri in Kampong Chnang.
Ms. Jacquin, did you take part in the liberation of Phnom Penh?
In Phnom Penh, in 1975, I took part in the liberation, yes.
On that day, were you happy? Were you pleased?
On the liberation day, first I was quite happy, but after the liberation and after seeing the evacuation of forced evacuation of the people and the spraying of bullets to kill people by certain Khmer Rouge soldiers, so I was not satisfied with that change of the situation.
Question. Were you told that Phnom Penh would be emptied of its population? What reason was given, and how long did they say this situation would last?
Popcorn. At that time, the order from the upper echelon was to compel all the people in Phnom Penh to leave the city in 24 hours. The order was not for them to bring any belonging, because they would leave for a short period of time and then they would be allowed to return. The reason is that this is to avoid the risk of being bombarded by the Americans.
Question. Subsequently, you got married. I'd like to dwell on this for a bit. First of all, did you want to get married?
First of all, I did not know the woman who I got married, but because Onka organized my marriage, so I hate to take her as my wife. I hate to obey the discipline, that's why I decided to marry her.
Lorsque vous avez
Question.
été par la suite marié avec votre femme, est-ce
When
que
you were
ça s'est bien
married,
passé? Est-ce que vous étiez heureux?
were you happy? Were you happily married?
តើលោកពេញចិត្តនឹងសប្បាយទេនៅពេលរៀបការនោះ
ผูกคอน
ត្រង់នេះខ្ញុំដូចធម្មតារៀបការកាលពីដើមខ្ញុំដូចជានិយាយនេះចូលព្រោះនៅក្មេងនេះក៏ការរៀបការមុនដំបូងគឺមានលក្ខណៈមិនពេញចិត្ត
First, I was not happy with her, but because we already married, so I later on developed my sentimental feeling toward her.
Quand vous l'avez cherchée,
Question.
vous étiez inquiet de ne pas la retrouver. Et vous
When you were
souhaitiez la
looking for
retrouver.
her, you were worried that you were not able to find her, and you wanted to find her, didn't you?
ប្រពន្ធរបស់លោកនោះតាមមើលតាមរកប្រពន្ធរបស់លោកនោះលោកចង់រកគាត់ប៉ុន្តែរកមិនអាចរកគាត់ឃើញទេតើត្រឹមត្រូវដែរឬទេ
បាទ
ผูกคอ
ការតាមរកគឺ
Yes,
ទៅអង្គ
I tried to find her. I went to her unit, but she was arrested,
ចាប់ខ្លួននោះចាប់
and I did not know when she was arrested or where she was sent.
Je vais même
Question.
poser quelques questions sur une période.
I am now going to put questions to you on a more difficult period, that is when you were being interrogated. What questions were of interest to the interrogations? Was it about your actions in the Khmer Rouge? Was it about your chief? And why?
ចំពោះលោកឬក៏សកម្មភាពខ្មែរក្រហមដែលលោកបានចូលរួមឬក៏គេសួរលោកអំពីមេរបស់លោកតើហេតុអ្វីបានគេសួរសំណួរទាំងអស់នោះ
បាទជំរាបដល់ទៅនោះ
ผูกคอน
ការសួរចម្លើយវាមានលក្ខណៈ
During the interrogation,
ពីរយ៉ាងមុនដំបូង
there are two parts. First, I was asked questions, and they did not beat me. They told me that I just answered straight and that I would be released. I was asked who ordered me to do my activities and who were the network of the CIA, the KGB or the Vietnamese spies. I did not know honestly. I did not know who introduced me in through the CIA, KGB or the Vietnamese spies because I was only assigned to work in spying, and when I returned I was arrested.
Est-ce que les interrogateurs s'intéressaient
Were the interrogators particularly interested in your chief? If so,
គេចាប់អារ
why?
ម្មណ៍សួរអំពីប្រធានឬមេរបស់លោកដែរឬទេប្រសិនបើគេចាប់អារម្មណ៍ទៅលើមេរបស់លោកនោះហេតុអ្វីបានជាគេចង់ដឹងទៅលើចំណុចនេះ
បាទជំរាប
ผูกคอน
គេសួរបើតាមខ្ញុំយល់គេអាចថាព្រោះខ្ញុំធ្លាប់បានរស់នៅ
I was asked
ដូចជា
because I used to live with Un and I used to know Koi Truon, so they had an interest in me that I might have political tendencies or other involvement with Un in the Division 310.
Après avoir la fin
Question.
du dernier interrogatoire,
After the last interrogation ended, were you taken to an individual or a collective cell? Or was it that after you were put in an individual cell, you were kept there until you were taken to be executed? Or rather, were you taken to the collective cell before that?
After my first interrogation, I was not taken back to the common room. Instead, I was put into an individual cell. It was a windowless cell. There was only a door, and it was like a one-time 2-meter cell.
Question. And after the second interrogation, were you kept in an individual cell till you were taken to be executed, or did you at some point leave the individual cell to move into a collective cell?
For the second interrogation, it was the same. I was placed again in the individual cell. There were no confessions to respond to that, and I tried to look at the prisoner list to try to locate your names and your wife's names. I could not find it. So, do you have any evidence to attest to what you said, that you were arrested and detained at S21? Mr. President, I would like to interrupt the Defense Counsel's question. Before that, Mr. Kang Kek Yêu Alice Deutsch stated to the chamber that the true documents, that is Pok Sakon and Pok Sarun, are the documents belonging to Tul Slai. And now the Defense Counsel asked Mr. Pokon if he has any evidence to prove that he was a detainee at Tul Slai. I think it is beyond his ability to shed light on the account of how to show the evidence that he was detained at Tul Slai, and that his wife was also detained at Tul Slai. This is my observation, Mr. President. The President, this is an observation and not an objection, so the Defense Counsel can continue. The accused acknowledges the documents come from Tul Slai, and the document was in late 75 or early 76. So the civil party Pokon and his wife were arrested and sent to that location in 78. So the time difference is different, and that is the right of each party. And the Defense Counsel makes their observation from the beginning on the ambiguity of this civil party's testimony, that they have doubt that this civil party might not have been detained at S21. So the Defense Counsel may now continue questioning. Thank you, Mr. President, says Kasabut. Next, with the President's permission, the name Pok Sarun or Pok Sakon, I am not certain that is the name of Pokon, because he himself, he responded to the President's question that he did not have any other names. But when his lawyer asked, he stated he has other names. And also the timeline is different. And this leads to us to doubt that both the husband and wife might not have been detained at S21. If Mr. Pukon has any evidence, any other evidence to prove or to present to the chamber and to convince us that he was detained at S21, then I would rightly acknowledge it. If he doesn't have it, then I would stop questioning and I would leave the judgments to the chamber. Thank you. Now it's time for the International Defense Council. You take the floor.
Ms. Canizares. Thank you, Mr. President. Sir, we have observed that there are inconsistencies between the written statements collected on the 12th of March 2008 by the Ad Hoc International Organization and your oral testimony. The written statement, which was collected by the international organization, provides great detail, which you now challenge today. Yesterday you said that only what you were stating in your testimony should be taken into account and not information that was contained in the written statement of the 12th of March 2008. How do you explain the seriousness of the inconsistencies?
At that time, in late 1978, I was detained, although at that time I was not sure that I was detained at S21 or not. So the fact is, I was detained and I only learned of the name S21 in 2008. When I went to that location with my lawyers and other non-government organizations, I could not say where I was detained at the time that I was detained. But after I went there, then I made my conclusion that I was detained at S21.
Ms. Canizares, in a few moments I shall return to this matter, but when I raise inconsistencies, I am referring, for example, to the fact that in your written statement, you stated that Doig put a number of questions to you. He asked you when you had been a soldier, for how long you had been a traitor, and had threatened to kill you along with your wife, or had ordered, I quoted, comrades Lash Lee and Lee to torture you by giving you water to drink until you passed out. End of quote. You said yesterday that none of this was accurate. Can you confirm this today? And perhaps you would be so kind as to explain to us why in these points I have raised there should be such an inconsistency between your written statement and your oral testimony.
The information attached with the application was somehow different from what I said during that big meeting at the pagoda. I think there is a misunderstanding, and I acknowledge that. And when I heard the name Kang Gach Yêu alias Deutsch, that's why I mentioned that name. Later on, I realized that it's too late now for me to make amendments to my statement. Regarding other names like Laj, at that time I said Laj did not interrogate me. Actually, Laj was also a victim. He came up from Division 310 as well. I read that statement and I noticed the mistake there already, that there was a mistake there because Laj was also a victim and he was arrested. I apologized.
Ms. Canizares, yesterday you stated that a person called Brother from the East had come to attend your interrogation. You said that you then understood that he was the main superior of the center. Today you're telling us, I could not know that he was the head of the center. And there again I note an inconsistency. Could you please provide us with some clarification?
Yesterday I responded that way, I think. However, I would like to clarify that while I was being interrogated, it was Ho who said the word Brother East. I did not say it.
Ms. Canizares, are you sure that Brother East and the accused are not one and the same person?
I noticed in my feeling that the word Brother East was mentioned during my interrogation. He must have been a senior person at that detention center, though I did not know who Brother East was at the time.
Ms. Canizares, I should like to turn now to a question put to you by my colleague Mr. Savut, but I don't really understand, I must admit. This is in regard to your name. Yesterday at the beginning of the hearing, the President asked you to confirm that you had just one name, Ok Khan. You responded in the affirmative. Just now, answering a question put by Mr. Savut, you said that you did not understand or you had not understood that perhaps the President was alluding to the fact that after or before 1979 you may have borne other names. I would like to return to a question put to you by Judge Lavergne in regard to your name. Judge Lavergne asked you whether the name Pu Sak Korn meant anything to you. Judge Lavergne was referring to a document which is 002823112, which mentions the name Pok Sakon. You answered to this question, I quote, of course, unless there's a translation error, you said, I think this document contains the same family name as mine, but it has a different first name. My lawyer showed me this document on several occasions. It is not my name. Now, today, in response to the question of whether your name is Pok Sakon, you said yes, whereas yesterday, in showing you documents on which this name appeared, you were firm in stating that this was not your name. So what should we believe here?
ធ្វើម៉េចឲ្យយើងជឿបាននៅពេលនេះថាណាមួយជាឈ្មោះពិតប្រាកដនោះ
សូមជម្រាបសាលោកមេធាវីឃើញថាឈ្មោះភោគសខុននេះ
The name Pok Sakon, I used that name before 1975. After I joined the revolution in 1971 until 1974. During this period, I only used the name Pok Sakon. After Phnom Penh fell on the 17th April 75, I changed my name to Pok Sarun. My original name was Pok Sakon, and my revolutionary name was Pok Sarun. That name was used until the day I was arrested. Maybe yesterday I did not understand the question clearly, that's why I gave the response. Only after the Liberation Day of 7 January 79 that I used the name as Pok Sakon. The President, the International Defense Council, do you have more questions or do you no longer have questions?
Ms. Canizares, Mr. President, I have two brief questions to put to the civil party.
The President, there are two reasons. One, it's time for a break. Second, the DVD for the recording has run out. So we will take a 15-minute break until 11 a.m. when it will resume. Court officer arrange a refreshment for the civil party. President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Next, we would like to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to proceed with further questions.
Ms. Canizares, thank you, Mr. President. You stated that Mr. Chin Pon was your cousin. Could you clarify what is the exact link of kinship that you have with him? Is one of your parents the brother or the sister of one of the parents of Mr. Chin Pon? Or is the latter a more distant relative of yours?
Response. Chun Pom or Tanate was the cousin, and he was at my mother's side. He lived in Siem Reap province.
Ms. Canizares, so must I understand that one of Mr. Chimpon's parents was the mother, the sister or the brother of your mother?
Response. Kul Chun was the brother of my mother. He was the father of Chun Pom.
Ms. Canizares, as a civil party, you are entitled to come to the hearings and to listen to the witnesses' statements as well as the statements from other civil parties. Could you then please indicate to us that you took advantage of this opportunity during the previous days, and if you had heard the statements of people who had previously been detained at S21?
Response. I have not learned this from any other person. For example, the person who was detained and who was my cousin, he lived with me in my same unit, in Unit 317. And no other NGOs or other people who helped me made up the story. It was the real story that I obtained this biography of my brother, but of course ad hoc was the one who gave me such a document.
Ms. Canizares, I believe, therefore, that you misunderstood the question I was putting to you. The question is very specific. In the previous days, have you been participating in hearings? Have you listened to the statements of people who previously had been detained at S21?
Response. Before I testify here, I had been here several times.
Canizares, this will be my last question. Can you therefore tell us which statements you heard, which statements from which witnesses you heard?
Response. First, I heard the statement from Uncle Wannat, Uncle Chummai, Booming, and Nong Chan Paul.
Ms. Canizares, thank you for this answer. I no longer have any questions, Mr. President.
The President, we note the presence of the civil party lawyer. Mr. President, Your Honours, may I be permitted to confirm with the civil party on one particular point regarding the change of his names during the regime. If you allow me to do so, I would be grateful to put this question to the civil party now. The President, you are not allowed to do that. because the questions to be put to Mr. Pokon comes to an end now, and we would like to thank you, Pokon, for coming to the court to testify before the chamber. The chamber notes the difficulties you have faced in responding to several questions put by the parties to the proceedings, and that the facts which happened many years ago could make you feel difficult emotionally if you have to recall the past. But now it comes to an end, so the court official, could you please make sure that Mr. Pokon can be sent to his residence with the coordination of the VESU. Mr. Pokon, you are now free to go home, and we don't have further questions to be put to you. The President, the court official is instructed to bring civil party E2/80 or Jin Maid into the courtroom.
L'huissier, veuillez amener le témoin E de 80 ou Chin Met dans la salle, dans le prétoire.
The President, Mrs. Jin Maid, is Jin Maid your name? Response. Before I joined the Revolutionary Army in the women unit at my hometown, they called me Khmer. But when I joined the Revolutionary, my name was Khmer. The President, when did you start to use Chin Maid? I started to use Chin Maid after the Revolutionary in 1979. When I reunited with my family, I used the name Chin Maid instead of Khun Maid. So Khum was the family name of your father. Is that correct? That's correct. said Chin maid. So who was Chin? I mean the family name with the name Chin. Can you tell us a little bit? Said the president. Chin maid. My father's name was Khum Chin. I used Chin as my family name. The president, besides your last, your name, excuse me, maid, did you use other names or have you still used the other names? The president, could you please be reminded that wait until you see the red light on the mic before you can respond. Otherwise, your communication, your words or response could not be communicated to the international judges and audience. So please stay put to the rules. What is the other names other than maid you have used? Response. I'm sorry that I did not pay attention to the mic. In my home time, they could not call me Khmer, so they just called me maid. The president, how old are you now? Response, I'm 51 years old. The president, where do you live? Response, I live in Thnaut Chrum Buon, Songkat Bang Tumpun, Khan Mien Chey. The president, what is your occupation? Response, I am an assistant to the village in Phum Buon, and I help the poor children in the village. And I ask from the organization to supply with rice and money to support 180 children in my village so that they can continue their education. President, where is your hometown? Response, I was born in Chunlu, Balang district, Kampong Thom province. The president, what is your father's name? Is he still alive or deceased? Response, his name was Khum Chin. He died in 2003. The president, what is your mother's name? Is she still alive or deceased? Response, her name is Loi Mon. She died when I was 3 months old. The president, in this case in which Kang Kek Eo, the accused, alias Dutch, is involved, and you have filed your application to join a civil party. We would like to know whether you would like to seek reparations on your own, or would you like to waive your right to your lawyers to act on your behalf? Response. I have filed the civil party application to find justice for the victims and for me, and I would like to give the opportunity to the court to make the decision accordingly. The President, what is your relationship or your link to the fact as alleged? For example, the facts in relation to S21 or Chương Ác. At S21 there are several facts. So we would like to ask you whether you were the direct victims of the crimes committed at S21, or you are here on behalf of your relatives or victims, or relatives who died or suffered during the regime. Response. I am here on behalf of myself and my colleagues in my unit who died during the regime. The President. What happened to you personally in relation to S21 prison and the correction center at Prey Saw? So which particular fact are you related? Response. I was arrested and I did not know the location where I was detained. I did not know whether it was S21 or Prey Saw back then. The President. So you filed your application because you were the direct victims of the Democratic Cambodia, because you were arrested and detained and interrogated, but you have no idea where you would then be detained. Is that correct? Response. I remember that when I was arrested that night, I was sent to a detention facility and there were rooms, and when I entered the room I saw 2 female detainees, but I did not know the name of the location, and I knew that I was sent to a building next to the room next to the staircase or the steps. The President, you were arrested by the Khmer soldiers and detained. How long were you detained, if you can recollect that event? Response. I was detained for 15 days and 15 nights. President, you said you suffered from injustice acts inflicted on your relatives and loved ones. So who were they? You claim that have suffered from the regime and that you are here to act on their behalf to seek reparations for them. Response. I am here to seek justice for my colleagues in my unit. We worked in Division 450, and in 1977 my female colleagues were arrested and a lot of people would be gradually arrested when times passed by. I talked to the new chief who were replaced and about the fate of the previous sisters, and I was told that they would be sent to be educated, and I did not ask them further. The President, so you could not describe or give the names of the colleagues of those people. You only know that they were the women who worked in the same unit and who disappeared. If you can prove the names of your colleagues, for example, anyone you claimed your relatives, then the chamber would be able to ask particular questions in relation to the background of those individuals. Otherwise, if you only give the brief description of those people, then the chamber would not be able to identify those people you said, and at the beginning the chamber notes that you said you are here on your behalf also, so the chamber would be able to put questions in relation to the facts in which you have been suffered, not the facts in relation to your colleagues, because you don't know who they were. Do you understand? Response: Yes, I do understand, Mr. President. So, said the President, you have filed the application to join a civil party on your behalf because you have suffered, and also on your behalf of your colleagues and relatives. Now, other than you yourself, who else are you here on their behalf? Can you tell us the names?
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. We will now continue to hear the testimony of the civil party Khmer. Khmer, from what I see, you seem to be in a better position now. This morning, because of your emotional situation and because it's almost time to break, that's why we had a break earlier. And now, can you continue the description of your account during the time that you lived through the Democratic Cambodia regime until you returned to your normal living condition, continuing from where we stopped? Mr. President, entering 1978 into the Unit 17, We were assigned to work in the rice fields. We worked in several places, for example, at Kroperha Pagoda, at Slang Pagoda, and a number of other pagodas. My unit prepared all the necessary tools, including the hoes, the carrying baskets, the carrying poles, to carrying the seedlings. We started working from the morning and we stopped at 5 or 6 p.m. Sometimes when it was busy we stopped at about 10 p.m. and the unit chief woke us up at 2 or 2:30 in order to prepare ourselves and the tools for our work. So we organized in our respective units. Sometimes when a banana or a fruit was missing from the unit, then the unit chief would come to each of the female person who was a member of the unit and smell the breath. And if she could smell the breath of the fruit, then that person was taken away for re-education and disappeared since. So my group tried to work very hard. We started to leave for work at 3 a.m. Sometimes it took us an hour to reach the workplace. Some would fall into the ditch because it was still dark and exhausted. And a lot of female members got some wounds, skin rashes, and cracks on their feet. I myself got some fresh skin lice like the rest of the team. During the 6-month period that I stayed there, I was in a very bad shape. I was so skinny and I had a rash on my skin. I looked like a dead person already. We were assigned a quota to transplant the seedlings in each team. 5 people were assigned to work to transplant the seedlings for 1 hectare. But in our female unit, it was almost impossible for us to complete the quota because of the weakness of our strength and the insufficient food. Some would just fall back into the water because of the exhaustion. We were also monitored on the techniques we used to transplant the seedlings, whether the transplants would grow properly within 7 days to 10 days. If the transplants did not grow to their standard, then we would be accused of being traitors, that we destroyed the Angkas or the party's property. So we were so scared. We worked hard, we had insufficient food, At that time, there was no rice at all. We only had gruel and one ladle per each person with a very watery soup. After we finished the gruel, we just looked at each other's mouths out of hunger. Our teeth were all black. We all had a very fearful feeling. We had no right, and there was no treatment when we were sick. One day, in my 4-person group, we talked and we made our decision that because the situation was so difficult, we probably should just commit a suicide together. One woman said, "Don't ever think about that. We have to struggle to survive." And another person named Kien, she got a nose disease. She went to work with me at the Kropeha Pagoda to clear the ground in order for planting potatoes. She was told that by using types of trees leaves to grind those leaves and mixed as a herb, it could be treated for her nose disease. We sometimes just thought of committing suicide because of the miserable living condition. At night time, the two of us drank the herbs that we mixed from the bark of the tree, and we thought that we would be dead because of the effects of the tree's bark. So we drank and we filled ourselves with that herb water, but we did not die and we seemed to gain strength. So at 2 o'clock we were woken up and we continued to go to work. Each day we were so exhausted because of the insufficient food and the hard working condition. One day I fell into a ditch and a person just dragged my feet and pinched my thigh and scolded that I was stubborn and that I was tricky and lazy to work. But Comrade Kien did not come to work on that day as he had a nose problem and swollen legs. So she asked for permission not to come to work. I just kept doing what I was told to transplant the seedlings. And in late 1978, we were still working in the rice fields near the Kropeha Pagoda. And sometimes other units lacked some forces to complete their quota. Then we were requested through a system to reach the quota. That is to achieve the 3.5 or 4 tons of rice production per hectare. At the end of the working hours, I came back to my place and I couldn't find Comrade Kuhn. She was not there. I did not dare to ask for her whereabouts. There was another female in the same unit, and she told me that Comrade Kuhn was taken away. She had her problems with her feet. It was swollen. On another occasion, I cannot recall the exact month, but it was the times that the rice was almost ripe. My group was also assigned to dig canal. At that time, a lot of old people disappeared and new people came in their place. I remember one day while we were assigned to dig canal or to build a dam at Evidentiary, in order to build the water reservoir, a unit chief erected a pole and set up a loudspeaker. At that time I was so weak, I could dig the soil and put it in the basket for people to carry on the pole, but I myself could not carry the baskets because I was so weak. And when I could not do that, then the unit chief demanded to know the reason, and I told her that I would not be able to carry because I was so weak. And at about 10 a.m., she pushed me against the rice dike, and I begged her that I needed to stop a little bit longer in order to regain my strength. I was warned that I had to try my best or I would be disappeared. So then I sat on the rice dike on the other side of the ditch. A combatant came to me and asked why I did not work. I told the person that I could not carry on any longer. Then another woman was dragged to where I sat because she could not work as well. Whatever I was asked to do, I tried my best to carry it out, but I could not carry the soils in the basket because of my weak strength. So that combatant came to us and just without any reason beat us up. And after that he just walked away. I felt so scared and I became unconscious. It's the faint from shock. And it was almost lunchtime, and then everyone went for their meal, but I could not regain my strength to walk to have my meal. Then the unit chief asked how I felt and whether I still could get my food. The unit chief told me that you no longer had your food because you had been sick for so many days, and you're supposed to be the model for the newcomers. Instead, you had been sick for so many times. and I told her I could not do the work because of my weak strength. I thought that if I was not given food, then there is no choice for me to carry on. I would not feel fearful of the unit chief. I would just eat anything in order just to regain my strength. Luckily, I found a ripe palm. I found a ripe palm fruit near its tree. So I picked it up. I ate it. At that time, people already returned back to work, and a revolutionary song was played on the loudspeaker. When they and the rest of the team saw me eating the palm fruit, I was warned that I needed to be careful. If they saw you eating it, you would be in trouble. I thought I would not feel scared of them anymore. Then I was dragged before them, and I had to repeat myself that the rest need not to follow me, because I was a bad element. So people just stood there and watched me. We were all so skinny. I was ordered to crawl. I did as I was ordered, and after a while I fainted again. I felt so hungry. So I went back to pick up the palm fruit that I ate earlier and continue eating it again. I sat there and I just ate the palm fruit. I thought if I were to be killed because of eating the fruit, let it be, because I felt so hungry already. I know I was no longer scared of them, because the old people who came with me, most of them already disappeared. And the new people around me, they were new, they just arrived. When the unit chief walked past by, I did not care. If they wanted to kill me, let it be. So later on, after all returned back to the unit, two men came to me. One snatched the palm fruit from me and threw into the water. And the person asked me whether I would be able to go back to my place. I told the person I no longer could walk because of the feet. I got a lot of wounds on my feet. Then he said he would accompany me to go back. So he took me back to my place. He dragged me across the rice fields. I was not taken to my unit, but I was taken to another group. So it was no longer at the unit 17 where they took me. It was another unit, and they planted vegetable in that unit. There were some older ladies in that unit, and they had me have a shower and gave me food to eat and some clothes. When we worked in building the dam, we tried our best to accomplish the quota. If we reach the quota earlier, then we would be able to rest earlier. For example, if we completed the quota at 3:30, then we could stop at 3:30. So when I was taken to another unit in planting the vegetables, they have all types of vegetable seedlings to be planted. I was told how to take care of the young plants and to plant those young seedlings. I was then asked to carry the water from a river in order to water the vegetable. I stayed in that unit for 4 or 5 days, and that location was in Kothom. When I was in that unit, I could eat sufficient food. I had stayed there for 3 months, so we grow all types of vegetables, the cabbage, the beans, and when the vegetable was collected, then a car would come to collect those vegetables and taken away. Later on, while I was still working with that unit in planting vegetables, we heard the gun fight. Probably we heard that, oh, now there was a gun fight and explosions in Phnom Penh, and we consulted each other and that we should leave the unit, so we packed our belongings and we got a boat to cross the river at night at 7 p.m. Then we heard that an armored tanks of Vietnamese soldiers were approaching, so we ran across the rice field towards the north direction. We ran day and night. Some people failed and stood up and continued running. Nobody cared about anybody. Everybody just tries to flee. And at night time we slept in the watermelon plantation, and we reached Kampong Tralai district in Kampong Chnang province.
There was the youth who was the unit chief who pronounced that all women and youth who gathered here should gather and then regroup, so that we could have the unit and a group, so we can start to harvest the ripe rice. And the male colleagues were asked to transport rice. At the beginning we did not know one another, and we worked together, and at least we had to transport the rice 5 times a day to Kampong Tralai warehouse, ban. And Then we had to harvest the peanuts, and later on we were asked to mill the rice and transport them to be stored in jungles, because there were some sheds and barns in those jungles for storing them. At that time, the Vietnamese already approached the location, and we also, among our groups, discussed that we could befriend and then had to try to run from being involved in the military any longer. And of course other female colleagues would remain being in the in the army, but then we tried to escape. But later on we heard through this loudspeaker saying that anyone who deserted the military had to come back to join the army to save the people. And after one truck left, we gathered under a big tree to make a decision whether we should move forward or we should come back. But after some discussion, the decision was made that we should not go back because we would be arrested by the Vietnamese, and that our heads would be put on the grounds, and while fire would be lit to burn the tea, and that women would be raped by those Vietnamese soldiers. And we were so scared to know that the Vietnamese would have been that cruel. So because we had worked our best and that we would not be willing to allow the Vietnamese to catch us and to arrest us or to rape. In mid-1979, we reached Oral Mountain. I was very sick. No more food, no more rice, no more salt. So we tried to dig wild plant or tuber so that we can substitute our meal. Many of us were poisoned by eating that poisonous roots. And the Vietnamese soldiers were chasing us, and we hid ourselves in the jungles, and we could not be seen by those soldiers, otherwise we would have been killed. I could not get better. Then some people came to collect us to cross the border, and I told them that I had malaria and I had a problem with my legs. I could not move any further. Then I was left behind in the camps, the sites, refugee camps, of course, and then I could live on eating the bamboo shoots and drinking the water from the ponds. And there was a 7-year-old child who could be seen living with us with a few other men. But later on, we were forced by the armies to move further, otherwise Vietnamese armies would come and arrest us, or we would be eaten by wild animals. So I decided to walk after them. Then we saw another camp, which was, as I was told, the camp for soldiers and combatants. I was cured and well treated and then asked to move ahead. I told myself that if I had to go further, I would not know where would I be at the end. I decided to hide myself in the villages, and then I was asked for by the chief of the unit. People in the village would conceal or help conceal me, and I could stay with them. And then the Vietnamese soldiers approached us, and there were fightings, exchange of fightings, bombardments, and I was arrested by the Vietnamese. They accused me of being the soldier of Khmer Rouge. And I was arrested along with that 7-year-old boy. And we were transferred to Rum Tuol village in Trop Pang Kralung. It was a big office, I could see. We were put in that office, and we had a translator who helped translated our conversation. They asked me where we came from. Then we said we came from the mountain, and the woman assured us that since we were in the hands of the Vietnamese soldiers, then we were already safe. And I still recall the time when we were discussing under a big tree about being arrested by the Vietnamese, then they would rape us. So that kind of memory kept haunting me, and I was so scared that one day the Vietnamese would rape me, but the next day I could not see anyone around me. I only saw the young boy sleeping next to me. So 3 days at that camp in Trop Pang Kralung, we were in the jungle, and we were not in the villages. So 3 days later, we were sent to the province, and we met Khmer soldiers who asked us a lot of questions, and they have my biography registered. And they asked why I looked so thin, so weak, and I told them all the details. Then the soldiers sent me, they gave me a kind of letter. In the letter, it reads that whenever I reached any village, then those villagers are advised to share food with me. So with that letter, I could have I could find it easy to move about. And later on, the village chief allowed me to stay in his home, and I could see every morning the Vietnamese armies and Khmer soldiers would conduct some kind of military maneuver. And I kept walking along National Road number 4, and then because the boy was so weak, when I saw someone was riding on ox cart, I asked them for a lift so that the boy could be carried on that ox cart. I told them that I found this boy in the jungle. Then the boy was given the lift. When we reached the village, the ox cart went ahead of me, and when we reached the village, I tried to ask for the boy. Then people would not know where the boy would be. And I spent overnight in that village. The next morning, I kept walking the whole day until I reached Old Dam village. Then I reached Chao Chao roundabout, which is next to the Po Chantong airport, or international airport now. And I was asked where I came from by an old lady. I told her that actually I was coming from the mountain, I was hopeless, and that the woman showed her sympathy for me, and that she asked if I could stay with her. And I was scared actually with the offer anyway. I thought that it would not be a good offer. I was afraid that she would keep me to be arrested by the soldiers. But the woman insisted that she was frank and guaranteed that she would be in a good hands. So I was convinced and stayed with her for 1 month. Later on, the village chief came to ask for my biography and that old lady. The old lady said that I was her goddaughter, and asked the village chief to also register me in the list as the normal villagers in the village. And I then started to live as the normal and ordinary villagers in the village to do farming. Later on, my godmother, that old lady, kept traveling to the military base. I did not know what kind of business she was dealing with. After 3 months, during the time I spent with her, maybe not 3 months, less than 3 months, I did have good food with her. I was well fed. I ate a lot of good food until I looked better and much healthier. And I knew that I now live and never die again. And people saw me as a stranger. They kept asking me where I was originally from. I said I was from Kampong Thom. The president interrupts. Let's stop here. It sounds like a very good story. So can we go back a little bit? When you were arrested and detained, what date was that? And at what time when you were arrested? Response. When I was arrested, it was at 12 midnight in November 1977. Do you remember the day? The 10th of November, Mr. President, say the civil party. The president, when you were arrested, were you immediately shackled, or your hands were tied and then blindfolded before you sent into the detention facility?
Question. And after the second interrogation, were you kept in an individual cell till you were taken to be executed, or did you at some point leave the individual cell to move into a collective cell?
For the second interrogation, it was the same. I was placed again in the individual cell.
Vous êtes resté dans cette cellule individuelle jusqu'à
So did you stay in this individual cell until you were taken to be executed?
តែឯងនេះរហូតដល់ពេលគេយកទៅលោករោគទៅសម្រាប់ចោលតើមែនដែរឬទេ
បាទជម្រាបសួរមេ
Pukon, that is correct.
Enfin, sur la dernière
Lastly,
période de votre récit, lorsque vous êtes sur
regarding the last part of your story, when you're on a piece of wood at the river, you said you were extremely weak, and am I to take it that you said that you were saved by soldiers? If that is so, who were these soldiers?
ប្រសិនបើមានទាហាននោះជួយលោកមែនតើទាហាននោះជាទាហានណាដែរហើយពួកគេជានរណា
Pukon.
ជម្រាបសួរនៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំតងក្តារ
When I was holding on to the wooden plank
ថាពេលនោះ
nearby the river bank,
បាឡាកណូតចុះ
I saw a boat. There were about 10 men on the boat, and the boat was approaching me. Probably they thought I was dead, but I waved my hand, so then they lifted me to put into the boat. There were 5 Vietnamese soldiers and 5 Cambodian soldiers on that boat.
Pour revenir enfin sur la période de
Question.
votre
Now, to return to the period of your arrest, in your complaint, you said that Comrade Eun and you believe Comrade Kui and his wife and 3 children, that is Comrade Kui, who belonged to Division 304, had been arrested. Was that at the same time as you were arrested? Was it before you? Or some other time? You also said that they were tortured and killed at Tosleng, you believed. How do you know this?
អំពីចំណុចនេះនៅពេលដែលលោកនៅទួលស្លែងផងដែរថាតើលោកហេតុអីបានជាលោកបានដឹងអំពីករណីលោកនោះ
Pukon.
សំណួរនេះសូមដល់ទៀតទៅបាទខ្ញុំយល់
Could you please rephrase your question so that I can understand it?
C'est vrai que ma question était un peu difficile.
Answer. Question, rather. I think the question was a little difficult, so I'll split it. First was Comrade Ang, under whom you worked, and Comrade Kui, his wife and his children. Were they arrested, all of them?
តើអ្នកទាំងអស់នោះត្រូវបានគេចាប់ខ្លួនដែរឬទេ
ជំរាបសួរលោកមេធាវីសមាមិត្តអឿនដែលជាប្រធានកងពល
Pukon earned the chairman of Division 310 before Toi
ចាប់ខ្លួនអស់ហើយឯ
had already been arrested,
ឈ្មោះវឿងទេ
and
ទទួលបន្ទុកក្រុមអឿនហើយ
Comrade Vương, who was subordinate to Eun, and another person in charge of logistics,
បងអឿនដែលក្តាប់កងពល10
were also arrested. So Eun and Vương, in charge of military affairs, and another person in charge of logistics had all been arrested.
Comment avez-vous su
Question.
qu'ils avaient été
How did you know that they had been detained and tortured in Tuol Slane? And how did you know that they were dead?
អ្វីបានជាលោកដឹងថាអ្នកទាំងអស់នោះស្លាប់
បាទជំរាបសួរ
Pukon.
នៅពេលចាប់ខ្លួនអឿន
When Eun was arrested in Division 310, I knew that because all the people under the K4 unit for the disabled soldiers were called to gather for a meeting in Wat Phnom, and then a tape of Eun's voice was played on the loudspeaker. Eun's confession at that time was about his difficulty, but yes, we recognize his voice, so all the cadres and combatants listened to his confession on the loudspeaker at Wat Phnom, and I of course listened to his confession, so I presumed that he was arrested, and I did not know that he was taken to S21, but I presume he was arrested and killed after that.
Merci, Monsieur Popan. Je passe la parole à mon co-avocat.
Thank you, sir. I shall now give the floor to my Cambodian co-lawyer.
Good morning, Mr. President, journalists, the chambers. I have some questions for Uncle Pukon. You described about your joining of the Khmer Rouge Revolution. Can you clarify who introduced you and how did you join and for what reason? Pukon. Let's start from the beginning, or you want to talk about 1975? From the beginning, when you became a member of the movement. I joined the revolution at that time in response to the appeal of the Khmer Rouge group who walked into the village and made the appeal. I joined in 1971, and the reason was to liberate the Prince Sihanouk and to liberate the nation by joining the army, to sacrifice the family and the relatives in order to join the movement. First, I joined into the commune force until later on I was trained for military training at Prey Pro in Kampong Thom. Subsequently, I was transferred to Kampong Thom, Kampong Thmo, and Tang Krosang to fight against the Lunol soldiers during the Chenla II operation, until subsequently I participated in the liberation of Phnom Penh. Thank you, says the lawyer. You stated that in your testimony you mentioned the name Koi Thuon. What was your relationship with Koi Thuon, and why you mentioned his name in your complaint and in your testimony yesterday and today?
Response. Brother Koi Thuon, during the wartime in 1973, I had lived with him in office age 83 T15 in Kilo 10 and at the rubber plantation in Stung Trong district, Ktui village in Kampong Cham. I knew him and lived with him in 1973 to 1974. Then I was transferred to work at the military unit in 1974. So I had known him for some time in both offices because he was the chief of Zone 304. He was called Brother Thuch. Only after 1975 that he was called Koi Thuon. Thank you, said Kimiki. After the deliberation day, did your relationship with Khoi Thun end there, or were you still attached? And what about Zone 304? And could you please tell us also about T15 and H83? What do they stand for? Response. Office H83 is under supervision of the zone's office. It was the venue for big meeting for district level, for example, and Khoi Thun was the chief of the North Zone, and that office was the standing office for meetings, and T15 was in Tui village. It was created after H83 office. It was his office also. It was for him to convene meetings of cadres at the district levels for the meetings. The president, could the lawyer ask questions to the particular fact, because your questions seem to be far beyond the facts at issue, and that you are advised to come back to ask particular questions related to the facts other than wasting time talking about other things. Mr. Kim Menki, thank you. Mr. President, I will do my best to ask questions related to the facts. Mr. Pok-Khan, you said you were also called Pok Sarun, and you were a worker at the railway station. Is that correct? Response. During 1975, I changed my name. Sorry, before the war, my name was Pok Sakon. And then after the liberation, I changed from Pok Sakon to Sarun, and then I worked at the railway service, and only I worked there after 1978. The job that I was assigned temporarily to supervise the workers at the railway station for about 15 days before I was arrested. Menki, so your names include Pok Sakon, Pok Sarun. So were there the names you used during the regime, including Pok Khan? Response. Pok Khan was my outset name. In the identification card, I would be called Pok Khan. But when I joined revolution, I changed it to Pok Sakon. And in 1975, after the liberation, of course, I changed to Pok Sarun, and the name would remain with me until the day I was arrested. Mr. Menki, regarding the document the civil parties lawyers have just obtained and you also were given it was the document in which Pok Sakon was mentioned, and there was a handwriting document. Although it is difficult to read, your name would be Sarun rather than Sakon. So could you tell us something about these names, whether they are related to those names you mentioned? Response. This document in which Pok Sarun was mentioned, and then there was the testimony of Sok Nan, textile T4. I don't know Sok Nan because Sok Nan was working in the textile unit But at the railway service, I can conclude that Pope Sarun would be my name, but the testimony belonged to Soknan, not my testimony. I don't know why. Minky, thank you. Regarding the biography of your cousin, Chương Phom or Tân, is the content of the biography reflecting the background of your cousin? Response. Chương Phom, in revolutionary period, he was Tân. He was actually my cousin. Mr. Minky, thank you. I would like to move back a little bit to the time when you were detained, interrogated, and tortured. You said the interrogators were Ho and Sane. Can you describe these interrogators' appearance, or are you able to do that? Response. At that time, I was tied to my legs and hands, and I was face down, and I could not turn back. I could lift my head up a little bit, but I could not see much in the room, and I did not even know or see the face of Ho or Sing. I only heard they called one another using these names. And after I was beating briefly, then there was a footstep, the step of people, a person was walking in, then they talked to one another, saying that Brother East is coming, and then I did not even know that Brother East was the chief, or was in charge of the S21 at that time. Minky, so you did not see Brother East clearly. Is that correct? Response. That's correct. Minky, you said after you were being tortured, can you describe to us the torture technique, and why could you not see the interrogators? Were you not allowed to move about or even just move yourself to see anyone in the room? Response. It was painful when I was being tortured because they tied up my legs and hands, and since my hands, both hands were tied behind my back, and I was put face down. I could not even turn to the front, and I was whipped, and I could not even move freely, and I felt painful, and I could barely stand the agony. Minky, thank you. You were then taken to the room. If you go to the location again, do you think you can identify the room that the room when you were once detained would be the room at S21 at this present day? Response. I paid a visit to that location with you, the lawyer and TPO organization and other NGOs. I could not remember the location because I could not move about freely. I could not remember the buildings. But I believe that I was detained on the ground floor. So I cannot tell where I would be detained because I was taken to the room at night and blindfolded, only to see the blindfold removed when I was already inside the cell. Minky, thank you for your clarification, Uncle Popcorn. Next, I would like to ask permission from Mr. President so that I can put question to the accused concerning the document I have already submitted in Khmer language. First, document in Khmer with ERN 00282312 E5/7/1.3. Then another document in Khmer with ERN 002313 and 00282214. The question through Mr. President to the accused is that whether he can clarify whether these documents belong to S21 or the documents belong to other detention facility. Could the President please ask the accused to respond to this question? The President, among the three documents, yesterday the accused stated clearly concerning the document with ERN 00282214, so that document is not allowed to be displayed again because it is the same old thing. Regarding other two documents, we allow the AV unit to display on the monitors according to the request by the civil party. AV unit is advised to display two documents. First document with ERN 00282312 and another one 00282313. The accused, please look at the document on display and respond directly to the lawyer without going through the President, since the parties have the right to put questions to the accused only with the permission from the President. So tell the court whether these documents is the document from S21 or not. Mr. Kang Kek-Yew, are you able to give clarification regarding the first document here, regarding the person named Pok Sakhon? The accused, Mr. President, the first document with ERN 00282312 It belongs to S21. It is the document regarding the confession by the end of 1975, so late 1975, early 1976. Other document with ERN 00282313. This document also belongs to S21. That's all, Your Honor. The President, the AV unit is advised to convert to the normal view. Next, said the President, do any other lawyers of the civil parties wish to put questions to the civil party? The floor is yours. Mr. Kong Pisay. Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, Your Honors, in the chamber, I would like to put few questions to the civil party as follows. Regarding your first entry to S21, you stated already that after 3 days during your detention that you would be taken to be interrogated. Could you tell us, were you given any food during the first 3 days? Response. The first night I was deprived of my food. Only the next morning at about 11 a.m. I would be given some gruel. So I was not eating anything the first night. Mr. Kong Pisay, thank you. What about water? Were you given some water also during the first day? Response. I was given a glass of water, and that's all. Mr. Pisay, thank you. I would like not to ask further on this to save time. After you were being interrogated, were you taken to an individual cell? Response. Yes, I was. Kong Pisay. In that room, were you given mosquito net or a mat to sleep on? Response. When I was put into the small cell, I was removed from the shackles and blindfold. I could not see any mat or mosquito net. There was only an ammunition box and a small plastic container for relieving myself. Mr. Kong Pisay, you said there were no mosquito net given. Is that correct? Response, that's correct. Mr. Kong Pisay, the next question. What was the room, the small cell, like? Were it lit? And did it smell badly? The President, these questions have already been asked. They repetitious, so the civil party do not need to respond. The civil party is advised a lawyer is advised to ask a new question. Mr. Kong Pisay, next question. Regarding the radio communication, I would like to inform the court that actually questions concerning radio communication has already been asked, but now I would like to ask questions concerning the armed conflict. So when you were assigned to carry the radio communication, what were you doing back then? Response. The radio communication in Division 310 was used to communicate with soldiers. So they used the telegraph to contact one another from Svai Rieng to Phnom Penh to get supplies or to just feed one another with information. Kung Pisay, can you give just a few points regarding the information you exchanged through radio communication? What was it about? Response. At that time, in the soldiers, they used radio communication to instruct or to call more troops from Phnom Penh to Svai Rieng to fight with the Vietnamese soldiers. The President, your time has already run out, Mr. Lawyer. So you have no more time. The President, next we would like to give the floor to the accused to make any observations concerning the testimony of Mr. Pok Khon. First, your observation needs to be brief, and your observation needs to be additional remarks, and you don't need to repeat what you have already said. If you do have some remarks, you take the floor. The accused. Mr. President, Your Honors, I would like to affirm my stance as follows. First, I recognize that Comrade Trương Phom, alias Tân Ned, were detained at S21, and it is proved by the document at S21. Number two, in the case of Madame Pun Lin, alias Toi Liep, and in the case of the civil party before the court now, I have no idea regarding the civil party. I would like the chamber to rule on this matter, and I believe in the common sense of the trial chamber to consider this case. So now I would like the permission from the President and the chamber to allow my defense counsel to make their observations or put questions. The President, next, the defense counsel take the floor to put questions to the civil party if they would wish to do so. The floor is yours. Mr. Kasawut, thank you, Mr. President. Your Honors, Mr. Pok Khon, may I ask you first, yesterday the President asked you about your name. You said your name was Pok Khon, and then he asked whether you had any alias or other name. You said you did not have any other names, and recently your lawyer asked you whether you had other names, and you said that beside Pok Khon you used Pok Sakhon, and then later on you said you used the name Pok Sarun, other names. So I would like to ask you why you responded to the President earlier that you did not have other names. Could you please be more precise on this? Response, Mr. Lawyer. I already told the court when the President asked me my question, I did not pay attention to, I did not know whether he was asking about the names before 1975. He asked me from 1975. That's why I gave him the name after the Liberation Day only. That's why that name came out. So I am sorry for that. My name is actually Popcorn from the very outset. From 1975, I changed to other names, but then probably I mistaken the question from the President that I could not give all the names I had so far. Mr. Kasabot, thank you. The President did not really emphasize any particular years, from which year to which year, what names you used. He asked only about your name, and you said you was Popcorn, and then the President emphasized that whether you had any other names, and you maintained that you didn't have any other names. So I believe that the President did not even ask different kind of years in that particular question. The next question, Mr. President asked you about swimming or floating yourself on a wood, a plank of wood. And your lawyer just asked you recently that you said you were swimming, and then a motorboat approached you. On the boat there were 5 Vietnamese and 5 Cambodian soldiers, and then you waved to them and you were saved by them. So if you were already saved and aboarded the boat, how could you reach the royal palace, the riverfront? Response. At that time, as I already mentioned yesterday, maybe I forgot to tell you that I was led by that piece of wood near the river bank, and I did not remember how far I left from the outset location that I saw a group of soldiers, the Vietnamese and Cambodian soldiers. At that time, the boat was in the middle of the river, and I was far near the river bank, and I did not even wave to them to rescue me. I just tried to swim further, but maybe that movement took the attention of the soldiers, that they approached me, and then I was saved and aboarded the boat. But I could not remember where it was. I knew that it was in the river, so I don't know whether it was right before the royal palace now, but I could see the river banks, and I could not see the upper part of the river banks because I was low down in the stream, and I could see that it would have been the royal palace.
Kasabot, thank you. My third question. When you were taken to be killed, you said you were blindfolded, your hands were tied, and your feet were not tied, and you were the third person in the row. After you were hit, you bowed your head and it missed. However, your ribs were hit and you fell into the pit and you fell unconscious. And you also said 3 more people were killed after you fell into the pit. The question is, how did you know that? Because by that time you were already unconscious. Let me clarify this point. After I was hit, I fell into the pit and became unconscious. When I fell into the pit, my face was lying onto the ground. I did not know how many other prisoners were killed after I became unconscious. Only after I regained my consciousness, I saw 3 dead bodies on top of me. Thank you, says Kasabut. But yesterday you did not say that after you regained your consciousness, you saw 3 dead bodies. You said after you became unconscious, 3 more prisoners were killed. That's what you said yesterday. My 5th question. Did you have any evidence to show to the chamber that you and your wife were actually detained at S21? Although you survived, that you tried to crawl out of the pit, your name would be registered into the prisoner list to be smashed at S21 because you were taken to be smashed already and nobody knew that you would survive. Can you answer that? And you yourself, you said you went to S21 and you could not find any biography or photograph. And the 2 interrogations that you mentioned, there were no confessions to respond to that. And I tried to look at the prisoner list to try to locate your names and your wife's names. I could not find it. So, do you have any evidence to attest to what you said, that you were arrested and detained at S21? On your behalf, because you have suffered, and also on your behalf of your colleagues and relatives. Now, other than you yourself, who else are you here on their behalf? Can you tell us the names? Response. I am here on behalf of first myself and my 5 people. The President, could you please repeat the names of these people clearly, and please give the full name and sex and gender, and also their kinship with you. For example, the first name, what was the relationship of that person to you, and also the full name would be appreciated if you can tell the court, and this detailed information is very important. Yes, Mr. President, says this party. I do not know their surnames because we never ask for surnames. We only refer to each other by brother. Ja, a female, she was the chairman of a battalion, and Jum was also a female combatant in the same unit, and brother Nam was a member. She's female. And La was the chief of the big unit. At that time, none of us used any surname. We only referred to by using elder sisters. What about the 5th one? You only mentioned 4 so far. Khmer San was also part of the management team within the female unit. The President, the 5 people you mentioned, were they related to you, or were they your superiors or your work colleagues with the female division of the 3rd Division number 450? The 5 people were the leadership of my female division. They looked after me when I joined that division. They treated me very well and they educated me. President, before 17 April 1975, where were you and what was your occupation? Before 1975, in late 1974, I was at my base village. The females younger than 18 were gathered to serve the female revolution. In my village, they gathered 20 of us, and we were sent to Kampong Cham province, to Cheung Prey district. We stationed there, and they organized us into subgroups, and we were provided military trainings, how to crawl, for instance, how to disassemble and cleanse the weapons, how to mine and demine. So we basically learned the basic skills. We studied for 3 months, then we were transferred to station in Batie district. We were assigned to carry ammunition to the battlefield in Kochen village, in Kampong Rote battlefield, in Mukampul, Sambur Mies, along those front battlefields. In the afternoon, we also carried food to give to the soldiers, and for the wounded soldiers, we carried them to the hospital at Cheung Chnok. The President, on the 17th April 75, where were you and what were you doing on that day? On the 17th April 1975, I was stationed at Mukampul district, which was opposite Prey Pneu. After the battle was over, and from the battlefield, I could see the situation of the liberation. We were told that Phnom Penh was liberated at about 9 o'clock, and we could see the flies flying above us. We were afraid that we would be bombarded, so we hid ourselves. There were 12 of us in my unit, and we lived there at the Mukampul. On the 17th and 18th, we were collected by a boat. The President, where were you taken by that boat? We were taken on a motorboat, the 12 of us, and we disembarked before the Group Pagoda on the other side of the riverbank at Prey Pneu. The President, from that day onward, when you claimed you were arrested by the Khmer Rouge force and detained, between that period until the day of your arrest, what were you doing and where were you? When my unit was gathered toward Group Pagoda, we were asked to walk. We were fully armed. Each of us had a gun with the spare ammunition and a sack at the back. We walked to Prajpno, and then we walked to Trang Chamrah and the Chroyongwa Bridge, or the Japanese bridge. Then my unit chief ordered us to collect the war spoiled and gathered it in one place. After we finished collecting the war spoiled at the Japanese bridge to Prajpno, within that distance, also at the factories, also at the rubber factory along that road, my unit cleansed that area and collected the war spoils. After that, we were asked to clean up the houses, the buildings, the schools, the pagodas, etc. And then we stationed in our own respective unit from Prajpno to the Japanese bridge. Later on, after we cleaned up that section, then the chief of the unit assigned the female units to do rice farming in Tulkok at Bang Troyap. We started doing the rice farming in 1976. We did both dry and rainy rice farming, and we got a lot of harvest because of the rich fertilizer. So we competed against other units, trying to achieve the 3 hectares to 3.5 hectares. 3 tons per hectare, correction. So we did not really have much time to rest as we focused on the rice production. In about mid-77 or late 77, then we were transferred back to the rubber factory near the Japanese bridge, and we were asked to raise 40 pigs. The 12 of us raised 40 pigs. But because of the lack of experience, when the pigs delivered the young babies, then the young babies died, then we were reassigned to put the unhusked rice into the sacks and gather them to put into the warehouse. Later on, we were arrested. The President, you described the account that you were arrested and detained. And also, can you describe your general observation during the time of your arrest and detention until the time you were released from that detention center and returned to your normal living condition, and subsequently until the liberation day of 7 January 79. Can you describe your accounts or your experience between these periods? Mr. President, before I was arrested, they checked and followed up on my biography from the province to the unit, back and forth, and they learned that my father was a former regime official, and during the biography I was asked to put the details, and they took my photograph on 2 occasions. I did not pay much attention to that fact. Some people disappeared, and later on I was arrested on the 10th of November at night time. I thought at the time that because they had already educated me for a couple of times already, probably it is my turn now, as some people had disappeared before me. At that time, while I was carrying the unhusked rice, my name was called, and when I got back down, I went to see the person. The two combatants told me that comrade mate, brother Wen, called you. Wen was a new commander of the division. He came from the southwest zone. I felt uncertain at the time what would happen, but I felt maybe it's my turn. Because why they came to call me at midnight. So I was called to board a vehicle to go to Brother Wen's house, which was near the Japanese bridge. So after I left from kilometer number 6 to the Japanese bridge to that Brother Wen's house, it was quiet. And then I asked, where is Brother Wen and why he want to see me at midnight? The two combatants did not say anything and just asked me to wait, and that maybe he was busy having a meeting. So I was waiting for him. I almost knocked over one in a while. And I asked them why don't they bring me to their office. Later on, they arrested me and put me into the vehicle and they blindfolded me. There was a driver and there were two guards. So I was put in that truck and then the truck took off. I didn't know the direction where the vehicle was driving because I myself, I was only familiar between the Japanese bridge and Tulkok area. Besides that, for example, to Po Chintong or Po Chumpu Wan, I never came to that area. Later on, I was brought into the detention center. Then I was put into the room. The blindfold was removed. Then I could see other female units from the same unit, Comrade Yun and Yad. When I saw them, we wept. And we didn't know why we were arrested and brought to that detention center. We asked each other what was the location. Both of them told me just to be quiet and answer the question that I would be asked. So I wept, and all our hands were tied at the time. On the third day, I was called to be interrogated. So I was taken out. Then, when I was taken out, they blindfolded me and they took me to an interrogation room. I was asked whether I ever participated in the education by the network of a CIA or the KGB. I could not think of such an event because at that time we never joined any secret force or spies. Besides working in the rice fields and watering the rice field or making fertilizer, and only my senior people held the meeting. For us, we only have the livelihood meetings to criticize or self-criticize in order to improve the production within the unit. I was asked a couple of times and I was tortured. I didn't want to be beaten hard because they only beat me a little bit and I felt scared and I became unconscious. So I was taken back into the room. Later on, I was interrogated again. So I was interrogated 3 times during the 15 days period and my response was the same. Until the 15th or the 16th day, I was transferred. I was put into a vehicle and the vehicle took off. I didn't know the direction of where the vehicle went. I thought probably they are going to take me to be killed. And while I was living during the 15 days period, I could hear the screaming and the crying of people. Although I could not see anybody, we were put into a room and the doors were locked from outside. I did not know that location was a tool slide or X21. I only learned that it was the detention center where I was put in. And I was put into a building, and the room was next to the staircase. That's what I can recall. So the three of us, Comrade Yun and Jad and myself, were put into the vehicle. And at the unit 17, then the female unit chief came to receive us. So we were ordered to disembark the vehicle, and then they untied our hands. Then we were ordered to stay there, and that we would be received. So then that female unit chief came to receive us, made another biography, and we were taken to work straight away. We were given the tool to work straight away on the ground. While I was detained at the detention center, I was given gruel, but I could not eat because I thought they would just kill me, and I was just feeling that bad. I felt so disappointed because I tried very hard while I served them at the battlefield. The President Khmer, please try to collect yourself. Do you think you're able to continue, or do you want to have a break, a short break, in order to recompose yourself? Mr. President, while I was living at the Unit 17, I lived there for 3 days. Then Comrade Moon and Comrade Jan disappeared. I asked the unit chief, her name was Nyo. I asked, what happened to the other 2 sisters of mine? I was told they were transferred to another unit, and you don't have to worry about them, and don't ask too much. So I kept weeping. Previously, there were only 3 of us who knew each other. I did not know the rest. The President, do you think you can continue, or you would like to have a break now and continue in the afternoon? Can you continue, or you would like to have a break now? Asked the President. Khmer, I can continue a little bit more, says Khmer. After Comrade Moon and Jad disappeared, I lived with that female unit, the unit 17. So I was put into group 3. At 2 a.m. we were woken up, and we lined up at 2:30 or 3 p.m. Then we departed to transplant the rice. It was the transplanting season at the time. The working and the living condition at that time was so miserable. I lived there for only 10 days, and I became so skinny. I worked very hard day and night in order to rebuild myself. During each meal at 11 a.m. when we were given rice, the previous females, they had experience. So for the gruel amongst the 12 people group. So they put one ladle of gruel into each bowl, and there was a large bowl of soup. So for those who used to the condition, they could pick some leaves or herbs or mint while they were working, and during the meal time they put those extra leaves or mint into their bowls as a supplementary food. Actually, we only ate like 1 spoon of gruel or rice, but then we had to take like 20 or 10 spoons of soup. And when I finished my gruel, I asked for more, and I was told that was the food ration. So later on, I learned their trick. Then I followed them, and our health became so weak. Some of us fainted while transplanting the rice. Some fell and died. And people kept missing or disappearing from the unit, and every 4 or 5 days a new group was brought in a truck. So actually the unit force became expanded, and the old people kept disappearing, and I was wondering where they had gone, but I dare not to ask, as I had been warned. One day my unit chief told me, "Meet and your team have come to see me." So I asked her what she wanted. She was the 4 of us was assigned to show the transplant. Then we were ordered to actually carry the plow. And then we had to team ourselves to plow the rice field. Although the soil had been plowed before, we had to team ourselves to plow the land. And one female was so weak, she fell. So we both fell. And the man who was plowing by using us, he bit that female, and she got seizure straight away on the ground, and both of us were bitten, and later on I felt unconscious, and we were scolded that we could not do our work. After that I waved, and that woman was still unconscious, and later on we carried her back into our resting place. Later on we were assigned to build canals, to dig the canals or to build the dams. And then we were asked to bring appropriate tools, the carrying baskets, the hoes, for instance, in order to dig the soil to build the dams. We were so hard working at the time. We determined, although the food was insufficient in order to survive, we had to work hard. I was so weak at the time, because amongst those people who were at the time that I was there, some of them had already gone, and when I felt, I was bitten on the spot. The President, I think it is appropriate time now to have a break. We will now have a break for lunch. Before the break, the Chamber would like to make some observations regarding the public participation in this proceeding. The chamber has noticed that during the last few days, there has been some disorderly behaviors by the public audience in entering and exiting the audience gallery during the proceeding, although we have mentioned that the participants should enter before the chamber starts the proceeding. So please look at the procedure on this matter and respect the time, and please enter the room before the time as we announced. And the court officer who is in charge of coordinating the audience, please look at the matter and try to make it smooth. And if you are unclear on the time of the proceeding or any other matters relating to the delay in entering back into the gallery, please consult us directly or talk to the court officer, and do not allow this disorderly behavior to continue. The chamber will now adjourn. We will resume this afternoon from 1:30 p.m. Court officer, please arrange to provide necessary refreshment and meal and a room for the civil party. Security guard, take the accused back to the waiting facility and bring him back before 1:30.
The President, please visit it. The court is now in back session. We're going to hear testimony of Chin Maid.
Chin Maid
during the time when you were detained for a period of 15 days and 15 nights, what happened to your inmates, the other two women who had been detained before you? Response. Comrade Moon and Yad, I think I don't know why they had been detained there before me. The President, we would like to know how were they treated. I mean both Comrade Yad and Moon. Response. I have no idea because we did not dare ask any question to one another. When they were brought back from being interrogated, I never dare ask them any questions. The President, were they taken to be interrogated like the way you were during the 15 days, 15 nights? How often did you see they were taken to be interrogated? Response. One at a time, some detainee would be taken to be interrogated. The President, when she returned, what was their physical condition? Or was there any change in the physical condition, as you noticed? Response. Comrade Moon was rather small and she was sick. When she came back, she was terrified and she was crying. And she did not say anything while she kept twisting her head. The President, for you personally, during the 3 times you were being interrogated and that you were beating with a stick and that water was splashed onto you, and you said that that water was salty water or soapy water, so were you tortured physically, for example, by way of electrocution or other means of torture? Response. I was not electrocuted. I was only splashed the fish sauce and water, soapy water, because I could taste when the water dropped down to my mouth. So the same torture techniques would be applied during the 3 times I was being interrogated. The President, could you tell the court about other episodes of torture during the time you were detained? Had you seen other detainees were badly treated like the way you were treated? Response. The other 2 female, were you talking about the other 2 inmates or other detainees? The President, we are asking about the other people whom you said you have heard their cries or screams from. So beside the 2 inmates in your room, so had you noticed any other bad treatment from the guards toward those people? Response. We were inside the room, we could only hear sounds, but we could not see them. We heard the agony, the cry or the screams. We heard like those people were dying, crying for help. President, during the time you were detained in a small room with other 2 inmates, were there any other women or detainees inside that location or nearby or adjacent to your cells? Response. To my right hand side there was a room and I heard some sound from women. President, you stated that you were transferred from that location to another unit, Unit 17. We would like you to tell us what time you were sent or transferred and how. Response. We were transferred. We were talking among ourselves. Actually, we told ourselves that they would take us to be executed. We were put on a truck and the truck left in the morning. I could not remember when exactly, but it was in the morning. The President, before you were released, how long did the truck take to the location you were released? Response. I think the truck would be heading south, and it took a long time before I could hear the honks of the horns of that truck. And then the truck stopped. The President, what happens next? When the truck stopped, the guards, the 3 guards, untied our arms and removed the blindfold from us and told us that we would be left here. The President, what about the other 2 inmates, the other 2 women? The response. We were put together in that same unit supervised by Brother Nyo. The President, when you met a woman, was that the last pit stop, or were you taken further to other locations? And how did you go there if you were to move further until you reached the unit in which you worked after or ever since? Response. After we were received by that sister, she told us to sit down for a while at that location before they brought in the agriculture implements. I was sick because my hands sustained some wounds and our back was bruised, and we at that time revealed the scars to one another, but we realized that we could probably live or survive. Later on we were given the hoe, and then we were asked to work on the ground to actually build the mold, the mound for the sweet potato. The President, so it was the time you worked, you had worked before you moved to the district in which you grew vegetables in Unit 17. Is that correct? Response. I did not change the location of my work. I stay put in that place. I noticed that there were lines of houses surrounded by garden of vegetables. There were fruit trees and sweet potatoes. At the beginning, there were 12 of us. And I worked together with my 2 inmates. After a few days, Comrade Yard disappeared. And later on, another person disappeared, and new faces would substitute the old people, and old people disappeared. The President, do you know Presaw? Response. I don't know where I did not know where Presaw or S21 were, but after some times, the comrades who worked and lived with us told us that S21 Presaw was the re-education or tempering camp. The President, we are not asking that question. We are talking about the Presaw during King Sihanouk or Lonald's regime, because there was a prison that built during that time called Presaw. Do you know that location? I mean the former prison. Response. I don't know, because I never reached that location. I never wandered around in the city. The President, at the point when you stayed in that area, that there were lines of same houses surrounded by garden of sweet potatoes, and then you claimed that you had lived in that location forever in the Unit 17 back then. I would like to ask another question. What was that location called in those areas? Response. I don't know which village it was. It was near Kroperha Pagoda. There were other villages nearby, and we had Unit 17, Unit 14, and other units that I don't know. Only when we worked in a more mobile manner that we could know the other units. The President, Kroperha Pagoda, you were talking about, there was a lake or a stream. So which was the pagoda located? Which side of the stream or the river? So far as I remember, that pagoda is located to the north of the river. The President, when you said you were in Unit 17, were you stationed to the north of the river or to the south? Response. We were to the north of the river. How far was it from Kroperha Pagoda, said the President. It was about 5 to 6 kilometers from that location. So I would go to plant rice based on our assignments by our chief, and I had to walk about 1 or 2 hours with a rapid movement that we could reach the pagoda. The President, what kinds of people who were living there? kind of people here refer to different age group or young adult or old people, for example. Response. People who lived in each unit, of course, they were assigned into particular unit. We have the child care unit, we have the married woman unit who were assigned in unit 14, and as single women, I was put in unit 17. I don't know whether men would be put in any other units. The President, during the time you lived there, at night, where did you sleep, and how were people treated? Response. At night, after work, we would sleep collectively. In each group, there were 12 people. We slept on the ground floor, and there was another level, and the beds were designed with wooden bed, and each bed would accommodate 2 people. So in each house there were 2 levels of beds, so some would sleep underneath while the other would sleep on top, and then we were asked to guard the location also. The President, you said about chief of the unit, were they all female or men? Response. They were all female, no men, and they were single. No one got married yet. The President, what was the name of the chief of the unit, unit 17? Response. I know brother Nyo and brother An. They were the chiefs of small unit, the unit of about 30 under their supervision.
Question. Did you know all those women who worked and stayed with you? Were they civilians, or were they former combatants like yourself? Response. After we lived together for quite some time, and when we asked each other, some of them came from the ministries, from the animal husbandry, from the agriculture section, for instance. Question. What about the working hours and work assignment? Can you describe? Response. The working hours was that at 4 p.m. we had to arrive at the work site, for example, for transplanting the seedlings. So we had to wake up earlier to line up and to prepare our tools, for example, the hoes and the baskets. We had a break at 7 a.m. for about 10 minutes. Then we continue working until 11 a.m. We then break for meal and we started again at 1 p.m. In the afternoon, there was no rest. If we had to accomplish your quota, and if we could do it by 5, then we stopped at 5. Otherwise, we would have to transplant until 6 or 7 until we accomplish the quota. Then we would have our meal and we would go to sleep. Question. You talk about the food ration. Were you given rice or gruel or both? Response. There was no rice given during that regime. We were only given gruel, but because now we used to eat rice, so sometimes I'm mistakenly speaking about rice. There was no rice at all at the time. We were given only gruel and soup, watery soup. Question. Can you describe the geographical names of the area when you were in Unit 17, the other surrounding geographical areas where you went to work, for example, building dams or transplanting rice as assigned by your unit chief? Can you recall the geographical names of those areas where you had worked? Response. I can recall Prachirei, Prachho, Kroperha Pagoda, and Rusai San Pagoda. I remember these few locations where I had worked in building dams or digging canals. Question. You said that there were children and other people looking after the children. Were there a lot of children? Response. I could not say how many children there were in the unit. However, in the morning, the children also went to work. There was a unit chief for the unit. They were assigned to cut the trees for making fertilizer. I saw them carrying and dragging the trees for making fertilizer, and their unit was nearby Unit 14. There were also younger children. They were the children of those married women. When I walked across, I saw them. Some of them were like 2 or 3 months old, and they were still breastfeeding. They were skinny and looked weak. It was pitiful to look at those children, but I could not do anything because I was also a prisoner. Question. Before you left that unit to go and grow vegetable at the Saang district, did you observe that the children were still alive? Response. From what I knew, some of them died, some survived. Before I went to work with a unit growing vegetables, the majority of the children died because of the lack of food and because of the sicknesses. And the mothers went to work, and They were looked after by other elder people.
ក្នុងអំឡុងពេលនៃ
Question.
លោកស្រីដែលគេបញ្ជា
During the time that you were ordered to work
អ្នកផ្សេងទៀតដែលនៅក្នុង
amongst other people in the same unit or group,
តើមានការត្រួតពិនិត្យតឹងតែង
during the time of your working hours, were you strictly guarded or monitored by armed guards, or were they only strict in the role of the unit chiefs or group chiefs? Were they only strict, only verbally, or were they armed? Response. At my location, there were no armed guards to mistreat or torture us. Only the group and the unit chiefs, they were strict, they supervised us, and we had to accomplish the quota assigned to us, otherwise we would be disciplined. For example, in building a dam, if we had to accomplish the 5-meter quota, then we had to do it. Question. You left the unit 17 and moved to another unit where the two men took you, and later on you realized it was in Saang district in Koh Thom. So from what we heard, you were at both the Saang district and Koh Thom district, but the Koh Thom district was near the Vietnamese border, and the Saang district was closer to Tak Mau. It was like 15 kilometers only away from Tak Mau. Do you recall when you left Unit 17 to go to that location? Response. When I left Unit 17, it was in late 1978, when the rice was half ripe already. When I arrived, it was in Saang district, but because the Saang district was close to Koh Thom district, that's why some people use the two words. So, was it in October or November, right? Asked the President. Response. It was in late October or early November. At that time, I also made some meth. First, I was asked whether I could make meth with a meth. I said yes. So first, I was asked to make a meth. It's 3 times 5 to reach the quota in 3 days. I did it in 2 days because that palm tree method was easier to view. Question. Do you know Baku? Response. I heard the name Baku. I think I walked past that location, but I forget where it is. Question. Did you ever go to work in Baku during the regime? Response. Yes, I went to work in that location. When I was in Unit 17 and I knew a woman in Unit 14, she's still alive. During that time, her name was Chung Pi, and now her name is Tum No. I frequently met her and meet her during the hearings here. And we talked and we used to go to work in Baku frequently at the time. Where was it from Kroperha? Which direction of Baku from the Kroperha pagoda? Asked the president. Response, I think, I'm not really sure, but I think it's to the south of the Kroperha pagoda. The president, let me go back a little bit. After the liberation day of 17 April, after the liberation of the 7th January 1979, had you been visiting the Tulslang prison? If so, when did you visit? Response. After the liberation day of 7 January 1979, I have not been to Tulslang. After I returned, I stayed in Champuwon in Regiment 9. I was asked to visit that place, but I didn't want to go because when I heard the word detention or prison, I feel the pain in my feeling. Some other people invited me to go there and they said it was interesting, but I said no, I would not go. So I have not been to that location. Only after they research and tries to find the survivors through the documentation center of Cambodia, my relatives who work with the social affairs in the Balang district and I myself were requested to visit Tulslang. When they looked at the photos displayed on the board, go. So I have not been to that location. Only after they research and trying to find the survivors through the documentation center of Cambodia, my relatives who work with the social affairs in the Balang district and I myself were requested to visit Tulslang. When they looked at the photos displayed on the board, that relative told that NGO that I survived and am still living, and then the organization's staff came to ask me some questions. At that time, I lived near the rubbish dump in Stung Mien Chai, and I made a living out of selling those scraps. Later on, they came to look for me in Bang Tumpun, and they also provided me a photograph. I was given 2 photographs, and I was asked whether it's a real photo of myself. I said yes, but I don't want to do anything else about that because I don't want to record of my suffering. And that after I got married and had children, I do not want to talk about my suffering to anybody or to my family members because every time I record, I suffer emotionally. And when they found me and showed me the photos, I felt the suffering, and I was sometimes emotionally not stable. Then they took me to go and see those photos and whether I recognize anybody. And Indeed, I recognized some female workers whose photos were displayed in that area. And I was asked if I could identify myself. And yes, I pointed to my photo, which was displayed near the photo of Sister Ron. Ron was a cook at the time. So it was in November 2007 when I made my first visit to that location. The President. Now, how is your physical and emotional feeling? Are you still being suffered emotionally and physically as a result of being detained and tortured during that regime? I have scars on my body, I have scars on my upper arm, and also a scar on my ankle when an instrument was clamped to my ankle. The mark is still on it. The President, what about your emotional state? Emotionally, I am more forgetful now. I remember less at present. In my family, I am the breadwinner. I look after my family and I feed both my husband and my children. Although I live in a poor condition, but I try my best to raise my family. And I forget quite a lot. And sometimes I was blamed that because I think of the Khmer rules past a lot, that's why I am now more forgetful. The President, judges of the bench, do you have any questions you wish to put to this civil party? I would now like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors. If you have questions to put to the civil party, you have 30 minutes to do so. The floor is yours. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. The President, please wait. Judge Lavange, I notice your presence. You can take the floor.
Judge Lavergne, in fact, it might be useful before we continue with the questioning, it might be useful to display the photograph and the biography to the accused in order to see if he recognizes these documents and if he can identify these documents as coming from S21 or not.
The President. AV officer, can you display it through documents again? It's document in the Khmer language 00343199 and 00343200. The President, the accused, can you look at this photograph? This is a photograph of a female teenager. What is your observation on the photograph? Was this photograph taken from S21? The accused. Mr. President, this photo is in fact from S24 Preso. The President. Now the AV unit, can you display another photo with the personal biography, document EN number 00343200? The accused, you can look at this brief biography. It's a brief biography of maid with the attached photograph. Is this document arriving from I-21 or not? The accused, Mr. President, this document is in fact an S21 document from the Preso office. On the left hand side, the top corner, under the ERN number, there is a word S21 office. And second point, this is the format that Comrade Hui used for those people who were sent for re-education at Preso. And this document clearly states that the former unit was 450, so the division 450, and the current unit is Unit 17. Toward the end, the lower part of the document, it clearly states that Comrade Mate arrived on the 12th of October 77. I fully acknowledge this document, and I would like to further add that when I read the complaints of Comrade Mate, I clearly made annotation that the document actually affirms S21, and I do not object to the discrepancies in the names, Khanmate or Chunmate. I acknowledge fully to the document. The President, now you acknowledge the document, and there is another matter that I would like a comment from the accused. As Chunmate stated, she had been detained for 15 days and nights at a location, and she claimed it was the S21 or Tulslang location. But she cannot state clearly the name of the detention location. As a result, that she was transferred to Preso, and that you acknowledge that she was in Preso. What is your observation of the claim that she was detained for 15 days and nights? The accused, I would like not to make any comments on this matter, but if the President already asked, I would give my response. I would like to make a conclusion that Comrade Mate was detained at a location belonging to Division 450. The confession of Comrade Suong, who was a former secretary of Division 450, that he confessed he arrested people from Division 450 and detained at that location, and that the sick people were forced to dig the soil. Yes, but because I also prepared another document to show that each division at that time had their own detention facility. Sumat's letter dated the 6th of June 77 clearly states that fact. The EIN number of that document in the Khmer language is 00173 329. In English, 00226 100. In French, 00233 327. The bottom paragraph, Sumet wrote, these names, the three people mentioned above, had been detained for quite a while, but their confessions were not clear, made on the 1st of March of June 77. So, in summary, I believed Comrade Mate, decision mate, suffered at the detention facility of Division 450. This doesn't mean I denied my criminal responsibility, but the fact is, if she was transferred to S21, she would be there. She could not be let out. I think she went from Division 450 to Preso, not to S21. I do not deny my criminal responsibility, but that was the practice at the time. If people were transferred from a division to S21, they would be smashed. That is my feedback, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Every unit, can you now display the document 00173 on the screen? The President, can you scroll to the bottom? Stop there. Every unit, you can now return to the normal view. The President. Now I would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutor to comment their question to the civil party judgment. The floor is yours.
The President, I think there is a misunderstanding. So, Judge of the bench, you take the floor.
Judge Lavergne, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your testimony as well. I do have a few questions to put to you to try to clarify a certain number of points. You explained to us that you were part of the Division 450, and more specifically of the female unit of Division 450. Can you tell us if it was a large unit and how many women were part of this unit? And you told to us as well that you noticed that little by little people had disappeared. Can you give us a few more details about this?
គាត់បានបាត់ខ្លួនហើយតើលោកស្រីអាចជម្រាបអំពីបញ្ហានេះឲ្យបានពិស្ដារជាងនឹងបន្តិចដែរទេ
When I lived in Division 3, for 50, there were Suong Yan, the chairman of the division, and the female unit was formed as the, and there were the name of the female unit taken after the name of the division itself.
Est-ce que vous avez une idée?
Judge Laverne, do you have an idea of the number of women who were working in this division? Were there about 50 or about 10 or about 20 or more?
Response. There were a lot of women. There were 3 big units. In each unit there were more than 100 people, including the cooks, the people who were part of the inventory. So altogether there were about 400 people, more or less.
Judge Lavergne, do you recall the date as of which you noticed that people had been arrested or people were disappearing from your unit?
Response. I don't remember when they were disappearing. It was in 1977. There were 3 locations we assigned to work. The first company was assigned to the Japanese bridge, and the division a company was assigned to Lung Kangan and to behind the 100 houses village. And later on, after the same year in 1977, the chief of the company or regiment disappeared, and then my chief of the unit disappeared, until at one point I was called to be educated or refashioned, and I were about to commit suicide in 1977.
Qu'est-ce que l'on
Lavergne, what was being said regarding these disappearances? Did people know that people were being led to one place or to another? Were you told that these people were being re-educated or that they were being arrested? What was being said about this?
Response. When those people disappeared, we in the unit kept asking the new people about the previous chiefs. They told us that not to worry about them because they were taken to be educated in the new place.
Judge Lavergne, there were many what the size of these disappearances? Were there many people who were disappearing, or only a few people who were disappearing, as far as you can recall?
បាត់ខ្លួនឬក៏វាមានការបាត់ខ្លួននៅក្នុងចំនួនតិចតែប៉ុណ្ណោះតាមតែអ្វីដែលលោកស្រីចងចាំ
ចាតាមដែលខ្ញុំធ្លាប់រស់នៅអង្គភាពហ្នឹងគឺនារីហ្នឹងបាត់ខ្លួន
50% of the female the women disappeared. They never returned. Maybe more than 50%.
Judge Lavergne, so it is sure that in the prisoners list that was established by the co-prosecutors, we can find a great number of people who had come from Division 450. And we also find a lot of female fighters or female soldiers in this list. And this morning you provided to us names of people who were people you knew well, who were close to you, and you said to us that you were unable to provide us with their last names. Is this still the case? For example, you spoke about Yat, about Chun, about Sem, Sen, about Nam. So I would like to reiterate that in the co-prosecutors list, we can find names, first names, that resemble these, and we can find either an official first name or an alias as a revolutionary name. So I'd like to put the question to you again. Are you able to recall the family names, or is this something that is impossible for you?
Response. In my female unit, people did not know their family names. They were chief of the company or the platoon regiment. I had no reason to know their family names. I knew Sister Yat, who was the head of the female unit. Then I would call her Sister Yat, and I never knew their family. I knew where they were from Sandan, Santuk, Kampung Swai district, for example, but we never knew their family names.
Judge Lavergne, when you returned with DCCAM to Tool Sling, you stated that you recognized a certain number of women on the photographs. Did these photographs carry numbers, or were they photographs such as the one that regards you? Do you understand my question? Was there a number on the photographs that could have been the prisoner's number, or were there no numbers at all? As far as you remember, if you do not remember, just you can tell us.
Response. The photographs of the sisters I saw at S21, people from that division 450 carried no numbers. They were just the plain photograph like mine.
Judge Lavergne, Again, as far as you can remember, do you remember if during the interrogations, if the interrogators called each other by their names? Do you remember maybe the names of these interrogators?
Response. I did not hear them calling their names. They just addressed one another by brother or comrade A, comrade B. They never called the names straight away. Or maybe they said, comrade, you come here and you need to do this and that. Not the real name.
Judge Lavergne, again, when you returned to Tuol Sleng, you visited the different buildings. Did you recognize a place that might have resembled your cell, or the cell where you were interrogated? The cell where you were detained, or the cell where you were interrogated?
Response. I cannot remember where I was interrogated because I was blindfolded at that time. But I can remember that that building was lying from the east to the west in that direction. And I cannot remember because I was blindfolded during that time.
Et la cellule
Judge Lavergne, and as far as the cell where you were detained, is there anywhere during this visit that reminded you of this? Don't you have any more specific recollections of this place?
Response. The cell I was detained was like a square cell with windows and metal bars and concrete floor with tiles, concrete tiles. I can't remember that it would have been the location I would be detained during the visit.
Judge Lavergne, thank you very much for these clarifications. I no longer have any further questions to ask the civil party.
The President, thank you very much, Mrs. Chin Maid, said the President. We do appreciate your testimony and we understand the difficulties of yours who come to testify before the court. And these facts are much related to your sufferings in the past, and it has been more than 30 years ago for you to recall what could happen to you back then. We have not yet finished putting questions to you yet, so we would like to invite you to come back to give testimony to the court tomorrow by 9 a.m. The court official is now instructed to coordinate with her and the West Sioux unit to make sure she can have a good rest, and we return to the court tomorrow. Since it is time to take an adjournment, the chamber is adjourned and it is resumed tomorrow by 9 a.m. The parties to the proceedings are invited to return to the session tomorrow, and we are going to continue hearing the testimony of Chin Maid and another civil party reserved to be ready to testify tomorrow if times allow. The security guards, please take the accused to the detention facility and bring him back to the courtroom before 9 a.m. The court is adjourned. In November 1977, do you remember the day? The 10th of November, Mr. President, say the civil party. The President, when you were arrested, were you immediately shackled or your hands were tied and then blindfolded before you sent into the detention facility? Response. From the place where I was arrested to Brother Win's house, I was not shackled because Win made the decision to arrest me, and I was waiting with other guards until too late at night, and I was so sleepy. Then they said that I would aboard the car, and then I was tied and blindfolded. The President, so you were sent to the prison by a car, is that correct? Response. It was a truck, not a car, Mr. President. The big truck. There were 2 guards and 1 driver. I was not yet blindfolded back then, so I could see those men were armed and the driver. So altogether, I myself and 3 other people, I mean the Khmer soldiers. And then later on, I was blindfolded and we reached the prison. The President, before you were entering the prison, how were you treated? Response. Before I was sent into the prison, I was not tortured. They walked me about 10 minutes until we reached a room. Then they opened the door and pushed me inside and untied the, removed the blindfold. Then immediately I could see 2 people who once worked in the same unit with me inside their room. So I could see after I was removed from the blindfold. The President, what time was it when you entered the prison? Response. It was at dawn. The President, You mean dawn when you could not yet see everyone clearly, or it's already like in the morning? Response, it was at dawn, Mr. President. It was not yet clear that we could not see one another clearly. The President, when you were sent in, were your biography and photograph taken before you were being sent into that room? Response. So far as I recollect, I was not taken any biography or photographed. But when I was at the unit, I would very often obtain the biography time and again. Sometimes I was so bored giving the same biography to the people who could ask me again and again. The President, so during the time when you were detained for about a fortnight, you were not asked to give them the biography, or you were not taken photograph. Is that correct? Response, yes, it's correct, Mr. President. The President, during the 15 days, 15 nights in your captivity, were you relieved from being tied up, on your hands, or were you tied up the whole days? Response, I was tied up for 3 days and 3 nights. When they took me to be interrogated, they would tie up my hands and blindfolded me, but then they would walk me to the room and remove the blindfold. The President, in your detention cell, were you detained in a big room, and how many detainees were detained in that room with you? Response, the room was not very big. It was more like a rent room of a normal flat. So there were 3 of us, I and 2 other women. The President, was the room on the ground floor or on the first or second floor? Response, it was on the ground floor. The President, do you know that the building is a one-story building or a taller building? Response, the building was rather tall because at night I could hear people, the screams, the cries from people on top of me. They would have been in the second floor and the first floors, but I did not know what location it was at that time. The President, you said that you were detained in a building. What was that building made of? Was it made of concrete or it was a wooden building? Response, it was a concrete building with a concrete floor and with windows and metal bars on those windows. The President, just now you stated that, in the morning you stated that the building in which you once were detained was the concrete building. Is that correct?
គឺអាគារបណ្ដោយថ្ងៃហើយនៅក្បែរចន្ទើទៀត
That building is the one that I mentioned, and I was detained near the staircase or the steps. Could you please describe a little bit the physical condition of the building, say the president?
ចាអាគារបណ្ដោយថ្ងៃគឺគេសង់ពីកើតទៅលិច
I said that actually the building response by the civil party was lying from the west to the east. The president, did you notice any other buildings in the premises, or have you ever noticed this at all? Response. I remember that there were other buildings also, and the compound was surrounded by a fence or wall. The president, have you noticed or heard any cries from babies or children when you were detained? Response. I heard the cries from children. I heard the cries from pigs, and it smelled very bad. I smelled the smell from the pig droppings and others.
ពេលគេចាប់លោកស្រីឬក៏នាំលោកស្រីទៅដល់កន្លែងឃុំឃាំងហ្នឹង
The president, were you told of any charges upon being arrested? Response. I was not asked, I was not told anything about the charges. The president, when you were interrogated, you said this morning that the interrogator interrogated you 3 times. Was the interrogator a man or a woman, or how many of them were there when you were being interrogated? Response. There were 2 people. I think they were young people, not an adult. The people at the age of 15 or 16 years old. The president, were they young boys or young girls? Response. They were boys, no female. The president, how was the interrogation conducted? One interrogator would be interrogating you while the other one was recording your confession, or what was it like? Response. I did not notice whether my confession was being recorded because I was blindfolded. I was asked whether I had attended any sessions, education sessions about the indoctrination of CIA or KGB networks and philosophy, and I told them that I never knew these CIA or KGB. I worked in the unit and I devoted myself to concentrate on my work, for example, planting rice, putting water, make sure that the rice has enough water, for example.
The President, during your interrogation, were you shackled? No, I was not shackled, but my upper arms were tightly tied, and I was severely tortured. I was scared at that time. I was beaten once, twice, and for the third beating, I became unconscious. Question: how your upper arms were tied? Were your upper arms tied to the back, or were your hands tied with a rope, or were you cuffed? A nylon rope was used to tie my upper arm tightly to the back. Question: you said you were tortured. Did the interrogator torture you? How did they do it? How were you mistreated, or how were you tortured? Response: when I was interrogated and when I provided the same response each time, I was beaten not with a whip but with a stick. It was not a whip because the sound was different, so I was beaten with a stick. And I think my ankle was clamped to something I could not see, but it was so painful. And there was a mark also on my upper arm as a result of the very tight tightening to the back. After I was beaten during the interrogation and that I had no other response except the same one, then I was beaten again. I was also thrown water at me. From the test I failed, it was either a salt water or a soapy water. Question: during each of your interrogation from the start and when you were tortured, how long was the duration of the interrogation until you became unconscious for each session? Was it a half a day, 1 hour, or 2 hours? That is the entire session of the interrogation, including the torture. Response: I was interrogated and tortured. It was not that long. From what I could recall, it could be just a little bit over 30 minutes. Question: you became unconscious, and when you regained conscious, you were in a cell. Were you walked back to the cell, or were you taken to the cell, or they carried you to the cell? Response: after I felt unconscious, I think they dragged me by my upper arm back to my cell, and when they put me back into my cell, then they removed the blindfold. Question: the place where they interrogated you, which direction was it comparing to the location where you were detained, and how far was it from your detention cell? Response. From what I can remember and the footsteps I took, it was to the north. It was not that far. If we walked, it takes a little while to reach that location. The President, it's hard to define a little while. So if you consider in footsteps, how many footsteps? Response. It was like 20 to 30 footsteps to reach that location. Question. When you were detained there, how did you relieve yourself? Response. The three of us were put in the same cell and we relieved ourselves at night. When we wanted to relieve ourselves, we kicked the door. Then the guard would come and ask what we wanted, and we told them that we needed to relieve ourselves. Then the guard opened the door. Then we would be blindfolded and taken to the place where we could relieve ourselves. The President, were the guards male or female? Response. The guards were male. Question. How about taking a bath? Response. The three of us, during the 15-day detention, did not ever have a bath. Even if we were asked to have a bath, we would not do it. Question. Were you allowed to have a bath then? Response. Comrade Nguyen and Yat were asked to go to take a bath, but when she returned, she said it seemed that she had no good feeling, and she told us if we were asked to go to take a bath, we should not go. We would rather die without taking a bath. Question. Were any reasons given to you for that? Response. She did not tell us anything. She just warned us if we were asked to take a bath, then we should not go. We rather died in the detention cell. Question. So it means you and your other two females were not prohibited from talking to each other, because it seems that you talk to each other quite a lot and that you could talk amongst yourself. Is this correct? Response. We could talk to each other, but it's not open and loud. We could look in each other's face and we signal to talk to each other quietly without letting the other people outside hear. Question. What about the food ration? How many meals were given to you each day? And what was the meal like? Were you given gruel or rice? And was it regular? Response. On the first day, we were given gruel. There was a mak. It's like a handle folded mak if we use it in a battlefield. So they would put the gruel into that mak. For the first 3 or 4 days we could not eat. We were given meals twice a day, but none of us could eat the gruel. We only asked for water. Question. So it meant the food that was given to you was 2 times a day, and each time you had a gruel on the mark. Is this correct? Response. Yes, that is correct. Although it was only 1 ladle to pour into the mark, it was not filled up in the mark. Questioned. So you have a spoon to eat from the mark, and whether the mark was taken away from you after you ate, or you could keep the mark with you and use it to put the gruels that was given to you at each meal? Response. The mark and the spoon, we kept them. So for each meal, when they bring the gruels, they threw away the previous food that we didn't eat and they put a new gruel in. Question. You have stated that when you were arriving at the detention center, you were not asked for biography or your photograph was not taken, but in your complaints there are 2 documents. Which are your personal documents? And please tell us whether the documents are related to you. The AV officer, can you project the document 00343199 in the Khmer language, which was a photo? President, Chinmate, can you look at the photograph? Can you recognize her? Chinmate, this is my photograph. At that time, I was 19 years old. President, how do you know that you were 19 years old at the time? When was the photograph taken? It was taken in 1977 or 78. When I was in my unit, the photograph was taken from me as well. Because when my unit chief asked me to make my biography, and I was photographed at the same time. Question. Was it at S21 or at another location when your unit chief asked you to make your biography? Was it at S21 or at Preso? Response. It was at Preso when I was in Unit 17. Nyo was the unit chief. Question. You said that when you were in Unit 17, you were skinny and you had a skin rash on your face. But from the photograph, you were not that skinny. Was it the photograph when you were skinny at the time? response. When I first arrived at Unit 17, a few days later, I was called to a building. It's like their office, and they took down my biography and they took my photograph. AB unit, can you go to document 0034 3200? Can you look at the photo? Can you recognize the photo? Is it you? And also look at the personal history. Whose personal history is it? Junmate, this is my photograph. From what I can recall, this personal biography was made at my former division. It was the 3rd division, number 450. In late 1977, I was called to make personal history 3 times in 1 month. I was questions about my native village and the occupation of my parents. And when I joined the revolution, I stated that I was a poor peasant. I came from a poor peasant family, but after they researched and asked people, they learned that I was a daughter of a police officer who worked in Phnom Penh, and that I was raised by my grandfather, and I was not involved with my father. However, my father provided the necessary financial and material support. So they said that I was in the lower middle class peasant. Judge Lavange, you take the floor.
Excusez-moi.
Judge Lavergne.
Pour les besoins du transcript.
For the requirements of the transcript, I would like to indicate that the document that is currently being displayed has been translated into English, and it is indexed at the following ERN number 0034 74 66 to 0034 74 67. So, this is the translation of the biography, which is indexed at E2/80/4.2.
The President, it is now time for a break. The chamber will take a 20-minute break. We will resume at 3:15. So please, for the public audience, please return before the time the court resumed. Court officer, please provide necessary refreshment to the civil party.